The World Nineball Tour is back in Fulda, Germany, the home of the European Open. 256 pool players will battle it out over the next 6 days, and come Sunday evening, only one will survive. Will it be local hero Thorsten Hohmann? Will Fedor Gorst finally get a win on tour? Or will Albin Olsen repeat as the defending champion? This is the European Open Pool Championship.
Hello Nineball fans around the world, and welcome to a tournament and a trophy full of stars. Walk into practice here and the strength of the field is unveiled, led by world number one Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. But this isn't merely a European domain. So many talented players from Asia, both male and female, have made the journey. And there's also an intriguing debutant here in Deutschland. Making his first appearance on the World Nineball Tour, a former World and Masters snooker champion, Stuart Bingham, who will be looking to enjoy a seamless transition between cue sports disciplines. This is the scene at the Hotel Esperanto Conference Centre in the town of Fulda. We're around an hour's train journey from Frankfurt, and what a lineup we have for you on day one. Coming up a little later on, what a first round match between Wu Kunlin and Chang Yulong, both from Chinese Taipei. I think that's the best ever first round match we've brought to you in one of these 256 player fields. Joshua Filler will take on a fellow German, Georg Rajtowski, in our third match. We start off with Albin Olsen, the defending champion, against David Brzezinski of Poland. As for the other three matches on table one, well, we don't know what they're going to be yet, but when we do know, of course, we'll let you know straight away. And that's not the only stream available today. Over on table two, live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, this is the offering. Thorsten Hohmann from right here in Fulda, it's his hometown, takes on Bernd Janka, fellow German. From Ukraine, Nikita Rudenko faces the snooker player who's now a devotee of Nineball, Gary Wilson. And we start off with a very promising junior from the Netherlands, Mika van Berkel, up against Moritz Neuhausen, who together with Joshua Filler guided Germany to the final of the recent World Cup of Pool. They eventually succumbed to Team Philippines. Again, we'll let you know about the last three matches when we know what's the best contests to put out there onto table two. When I say 6 matches, there is a possibility that if the contests are all runaways, which is unlikely, we might see a 7th, but we'll let that run its course as the day goes on. Now, I'm delighted to say, joining me in commentary for this one is a former US Open and Mosconi Cup captain, Jeremy Jones. Albin Olsen looking for an improved run in this tournament. He wants to go deep, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely, Phil. And, you know, he's going to start off as a big favorite here, as he should, and defending champion. And what a final it was last year between him and SVB. And I think SVB is another big contender this week.
Yeah, so many contenders for the title and the $30,000 US first prize. It's a $200,000 total prize fund, and of course, it's not just about prize money, it's also about invaluable World Nineball Tour ranking points as well. And if you look at the Mosconi Cup standings for Europe, surprisingly, Albin Olsen isn't that high.
Yeah, and I tell you, some, unfortunate things that have happened we talked about it just a little while ago with Eklund Kachi sustaining an injury and now out of play for a bit. And I believe he was in the 3rd spot in the rankings for the points for Team Europe. So Albin, of course, who's been a mainstay on that team pretty much every year since he's started making the team, and definitely looking to get back on that 30th anniversary come December. Successful break off here. Tough shot on the 2, especially to open. Pretty natural position on the 3, so he's going to attack. Really solid opener there from Albin, and we're going to see a really nice one here on the 3, having to screw the cue ball back for the pink 4. That's up on the top of the table. And on table 2, Morris Newhausen taking on Mika van Berkel, and I'll tell you, Moritz can't let that youngster get started. Could have his hands full.
What I've noticed in our open events so far this year, Jeremy, and I think you might well agree with this, over the first 4 days, there is no shot clock. Then the shot clock is instituted from day 5 onwards, 30-second shot clock. Now, when we're in a situation like this where the shot clock is not in operation, I think on occasions Albin Ocean plays a little too slowly for his own good. It doesn't help with his own rhythm. He was involved in a number of marathons, wasn't he? Particularly at the Spanish Open, and I think he played one at the UK Open as well. I think he needs to obviously take his time and respect his opponent, all that kind of stuff. But I also think it's important for him to play with a certain amount of freedom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing about Albin, he's never going to be a fast player, so he doesn't have to worry about, playing too fast or something that's going to be really uncomfortable. But I think he just knows so much about the game. He kind of picks it apart a little too much whenever the shot clock's not enforced in the early rounds. And I think what also happens is you don't really develop that gut instinct that you can go with when the shot clock is in place. Now looking at the 8, I think the 8 is playable. I'll tell you what, though, so far he's looked pretty perfect. Really a nice opener on the 2. Nice shot on the 3 to draw back for the pink 4, and really has picked his first rack apart. Still some work left, though.
You might have heard some applause there. It's a large arena, this, housing no less than 26 tables.
Okay, it looks like he's going to attack and go back and forth. I don't think he catches a piece of the 9. Yeah, the timing's been really about perfect with the swing so far for Albin. A tester here on this 9-ball down the rail, though.
if he carries on playing like that, this could be a successful title defence. That was a very good start. You couldn't have much better from Albin Auschen, who leads David Brzezinski by 1-0. His performances this year, by his standards, have not been what we normally expect. It's not been a disastrous year. That would be over-egging the situation. Got to the quarterfinals of the World Nineball Championship in Poland in February. Lost out to the brilliance, and one has to say, in that particular match, the luck also of Mohamed Soufi. He made the quarterfinals of the Ljubljana City Mayor's Nineball Open as well. And I think his best run in matchroom events came with partner Mario He in the World Cup of Pool. They got to the semi-finals. So it's been bubbling under the surface, if you like, the excellence he normally produces, and maybe this is the time where he's going to show his best.
Yeah, he rarely has a year that, doesn't have a real big highlight in it, and still a lot of pool left in this year. That's what's so great about what's going on with Nineball pool right now. It's been an incredible year so far, and we still have some of the biggest events still coming.
So we get to see Brzezinski, the scratch on the break.
Yeah, and I kind of look back to that quarterfinal in Poland. It was an odd match, playing Soufi, a kind of an unknown and a very kind of awkward cueist. And I don't know if you remember, Phil, but the push out that Albin made, I think it was the first game, and kind of challenging Soufi in a spot he would never challenge another player, I don't think in a quarterfinal anyways. And he just kind of played an odd match there as a big favorite, and really, I don't know if it set him back, but maybe something he's thought about a little bit.
I think it's a really good point. You've got to see it, evaluate and say the truth, and basically what happened there was three things. Auschen played below his best. Soufi potted some incredible balls, but he was also really lucky at times. That's just a matter of fact.
Yeah, I think so. And Albin would say he had his chances, and he did, but Soufi got rolling, and once he gets rolling, it's the way he plays. Some things are going to appear a little more fortunate at times as well. All right, not one of the big names from Poland, but for his first time at the table in a big match and a big scene, he's getting some balls down here.
The elbow of the cue arm is very high.
Yeah, well, he's a tall, long man, and I wouldn't say super tall, but pretty long overall.
The lines are actually quite good, aren't they? He cues under the chin, so that means he doesn't have a dominant eye.
Yeah, it was a nice stroke there on the 6. I know it wasn't a tough shot, but just real complete with the stroke. And not knowing him, whenever he was warming up, I could kind of tell he was nervous. Warming up, you want to knock balls in, right? But he missed a few, but now he seems pretty settled here. Of course, ball in hand always helps.
Who wouldn't be nervous taking on the defending champion in front of the cameras? But that was a real nerve settler. David Brzezinski is back on level terms with Albin Auschen at 1-1. So let's give you some of the other scores so far. Very early stages of day one. Pierre Francesco Garcia, he leads Arik Reiter from here in Germany 1-0. Same thing for Tim de Ruyter over Panagiotis Sipoliatis of Greece. Eric Kohler. He's 1-0 up on Daniel Masol, who's a very good player from Poland. And talking of which, Wojciech Szewczyk has taken the first rack from Fu Huan, who of course won the junior event, the Francisco Sanchez Ruiz junior event in Lugo, Spain, quite recently. Ivo Arts from Netherlands, 1-0 up on Thomas Kirsch. By the way, 57 nations represented here, and that includes 60 players from Germany.
Yeah, it was about that number last year, somewhere around 60 represented from the home country, and that may be an all-time high as far as 57 countries involved. Our first dry break of the match. Definitely one situation that Albin gets in no hurry, and really a situation he shouldn't, the push out. Our camera would tell us that maybe he gave up a look at this one ball, but I'm sure he got the snooker here, and it's going to be some type of real first shot. Well, he's cueing kind of low. Oh, he could see this. Wow. So a bit of a mistake there.
Well, Auschen, because the cue balls disappeared behind the 7, has got away with that. Fancy leaving the 1 like that. What a push out.
Yeah, and it's funny that I think it was in Spain we talked about a push out from Albin that was very suspect. Maybe I think it was the World Cup of Pool, but I always considered him as one of the best push out players there is, and someone who really uses it as a craft. But that one there got away.
Indirectly, Jeremy, it's worked in his favour, although the 5 going next to the 8 could be the salvation for Brzezinski a little later on.
Yeah, and Albin's got options, though, with ball in hand. He can shoot the 2, leave an angle, can come off the 3 and go into the 5 and the 8. He could shoot the 2 and get straight on the 3 to play an angle off the pink to go into the 5 and 8. So
Oh, yeah. Splitting those 2 balls up.
Nice shot there.
It's a high tariff shot. added to by the fact it's awkward queuing. Well, the green 6 is causing problems. But the problem now is all Brzezinski's.
Yeah, Albin with the experience there, realizing he really couldn't get position from the 4 to the 5, so just laid up for the safety. Pretty doable 1-rail kick. He's looking at a 2-rail kick up the table. Thought he could just kind of follow the path of the 5 that Albin kind of shot it on, and he can certainly hit before the side and drag down on top of this purple 5, 1 rail off the left long rail, but he's going to go 2 cushions. Difficult to judge. And it looks like he's going to go just a little left of the 5, like that. You could hear Albin telling him that's your second foul, consecutive second foul, and that is the 3-foul rule in 9-ball pool. If one player makes 3 consecutive fouls, that's a loss of game. Should just kill the ball here.
No fireworks, all business. But early indications are that Albin Auschen is here, not for fun, for one thing alone: the silverware. Auschen's the kind of player who is motivated by a challenge, and repeating in one of these major Matchroom 9-ball ranking events, repeating as the champion would really appeal to him. He's 2-1 ahead. Same score for Ko Pin Yi over on table 14 against Raphael Wahl from here in Germany, although Wahl did win the first rack. Mats Shetner from Norway off to a flyer against Chan Ok, leading 3-0. Good to see Omar Al-Shaheen back in tournament action. He's 2-0 up on Sambor Stakowiak of Poland. Matthias Snigocki 3-1 up on Armin Mahmoudi. Marcel Price of Wales 2-0 up on Max Schneider. Alex Montpellier, who's played for France in the World Cup of Pool on several occasions, he's leading 2-0 against Christoph Reinches, whose claim to fame is winning the World Cup alongside Joshua Filler a few years ago. The core jesters in town, Naoki Oi, he's 2-0 up on Ruben Alves of Portugal. The Portuguese contingent in general made such a positive impression at the recent Spanish Open. Luong Duc Tian of Vietnam, 1-1 with Hussein Osman, and Petri Makinen of Finland, 1-1 with Saki Kanatia of Turkey.
A great break off there, and almost a golden break, our first on the main table, but nearly missing it in the side. Long shot on the 2, not too difficult potting the 2 ball, but position on the 3 is going to be pretty tricky, especially a big pink 4 kind of covering up something easy from the center of the table. Think he can go with a high ball here, Phil? Maybe 2 rails just a little left of the 7 if you're a viewer looking at the screen. The brown 7.
In terms of shot selection, in terms of what he feels right, in terms of the percentage game that he employs so well, no stone will be left unturned. That's the thing with Auschen.
All right, looks like he's cueing downward just a hair, so he's going to try and force it 1 rail. I think, anyways. A little raise of the hand for the bump on the 7, but that's just part of it. Anytime you have to put that much speed into a shot with not much angle, you're not going to have total control of the cue ball.
Yeah, it's a gentlemanly thing to do, but I think the way he was playing the shot, it would have been more bad luck had he dropped behind the 7 than good luck that he didn't.
Yeah, it would have been his opponent really raising the hand more out of the chair. And one thing that, you know, Albin's such a good position player that we don't get to see enough of sometimes is how great a shot maker he is when needed. Just once he gets control of that cue ball, he just rarely turns it loose.
The son, of course, of a multiple Austrian pool champion in Albin Auschen Sr.
I actually did not know that. Of course, the family, his sister, one of the best players in the female game, in the females game. Well, he's having to make one heck of an out here if he does go on to do it. Difficult shot on the 2, a tricky one on the 3. Definitely tough on the pink 4. Now long distance one on the purple 5. So one thing that suits him well is I really haven't seen much problem with the stroke so far. And early in the tournament is whenever some of the better players can still be a little struggling to find their timing.
Now, given what we've seen over the course of the year, there's no doubt that the pockets play easier on day 1. Maybe towards the end of the week, this one would have been repelled.
Yeah, and I think what happened there is just the type of shot you overcut so often. He's just aware of it, and especially on the new conditions. These tables break in quickly, though. Shouldn't be a problem here drawing the ball, getting above the 8 with no contact on the black 8. Wants to avoid that. Nice. Missed a pretty easy one there.
That qualifies as a real surprise.
Yeah, and it's amazing how often, and not just pool, just sports in general, you make all the tough ones, right? And you just get one that's a little awkward.
So important, Jeremy, for Brzezinski to make his presence felt here and to take this chance.
Well, really, besides, you know, kind of getting unluckily snookered. And a shot on the 1, he's done pretty well with his opportunities so far.
Sometimes in these early round matches we see a vast gulf in experience and talent. That's not the case here, clearly. It is, quite literally, David against Goliath. Right now, though, it's 2-2 and anyone's match. The youngster from Poland did well there to seize on the opportunity from that missed six ball by Albin Auschen, who's not displaying any emotion, but inside he must be very annoyed because basically 3-1 was there for the taking. When you look at Auschen's record over the years, it really is extraordinary. He was runner-up in the World Nineball Championship way back in 2014, but since then he's won it twice. 2016 beat Shane Van Boning in the final, 13-6, and a couple of years ago overcoming Omar Al-Shaheen 13-9. He's also won Pool's Championship League in 2021. He won the Chinese Open in 2015. So many other big events as well. But as we've said, 2023 so far has not been a banner year for Albin Auschen. And there's nothing worse, Jeremy, when you're a top player, to miss a ball of that simplicity.
Yeah, and it's especially if you can't figure out why. That's what I kind of feel from Albin. Usually great players can recognize where the shot went wrong one way or another. Just don't see that from Albin, but an opportunity right back at the table. It's 2 dry breaks for his opponent, so that's got to change a little bit if he figures to contend here in this opener.
We must stress, of course, this isn't a one-and-done deal. At the start of the tournament, it is double elimination, but of course you don't want to go onto the one-loss side of the draw. Then things become a lot more stressful.
This is a big mistake that may go unpunished, but missed his mark by a good 1.5 feet, 2 feet there, with the blue 2 going in the left middle and the lower left corner. Look how much he overhit this ball, getting right up on the blue 2. May still have a shootable ball here. Looks like he's going to take this on in the corner, come 1 rail out to the center. Get a little cut shot on the 3 in the same corner, the red 3.
In light of how the previous rack was resolved, I think this is a very important one for Auschen. If he can run out that mistake, well, it won't be forgotten, but it will be eased.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after making a mistake on the 1 and getting really awkward on the blue 2, and to get through this out. I tell you what, though, it's an important one mentally for him, and his opponent has had 2 dry breaks, but other than that, you know, David has played pretty well, so Albin doesn't want to let this get out of hand, lose a lead here, and let his opponent gain any more confidence. And speaking of confidence, on table 2, it looks like Mika van Berkel has got a 3-2 lead over Morris Newhausen. Moritz, of course, one of Germany's big hopes this week. Josh Filler in the event. I heard Oliver Ortman's in the event. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, all our yesterdays. Really looking forward to seeing Oliver play.
Always back in the day, one of my favorites to watch. Always just an aggressive force at the table and an aggressive player. And really a guy had all the shots.
So from talking about a veteran in Ortman to a view of Mika van Berkel, very much a junior. And your suspicions are confirmed. 3-2 ahead over Moritz Newhausen and getting away with that missed 2-ball. As for Albin Auschen, well, that was much better. By and large, he's played nicely in this match. The missed 6-ball in the 4th rack, obviously the exception to that rule, but in general, I think he's looking pretty sharp. Anyway, he leads by 3 racks to 2. Now also playing this morning on table 25, Pia Filler, the wife of Joshua Filler. Now later on in the week, we're going to have the Fillers Junior Open, the first ever event named for Paul's leading couple. And Pia is doing very nicely this morning. She's 3-0 up on Clemens Hebert. Daniel Maciol, after losing the first rack against Eric Kohler, he's 4-1 up. Wojciech Szewczyk, 3-0 up on Fu Huan. Ivo Arts of the Netherlands, now 3-2 over Thomas Kirsch. Kopin Yi, been a struggle so far, slow going, 2-1 up on Rafael Vahl.
Dry break in return from Albin Auschen. Almost that same golden break, kissing back into the 9 and then banking it cross side. This one a little closer than the last, but I believe a pretty nice opener here.
One other score to give you. Aloysius Yap from Singapore, always a factor in any tournament. Former US Open runner-up, he's 3-1 up on Georg Soda from here in Germany. That's the wonderful thing about Nineball pool and the World Nineball Tour at the moment, Jeremy. There are so many potential winners. Look at the Spanish Open. Who would have thought that champion would emerge? Dang Junhui.
Yeah, and it's just a game, you know, that the better players are better, but it's just percentage points for the most part from one level to the next, and you get a little confidence going, you have a few rolls, you know, put heat on your opponent. You can make things happen, and this may get right in the gap between the 6 and the 8. It did, for a nice little cut shot on the blue 2. But you brought up a name a moment ago, and it made me think that, you know, Yap, Aloysius Yap, just a few years ago, it looked like you couldn't keep him out of any semifinal or final that he played in as far as a tournament. He just made those deep runs and been a little quiet the last year and a half, you know, and that's just how the sport is. You kind of run in trends.
Auschen being a prime example.
Yeah, absolutely. And the opponents are just getting tougher and tougher. So, and the players know it. The top guys know it.
Well, Brzezinski was very fortunate to find the gap to drop on the 2, but he didn't capitalise on that fortune. Now, has he been lucky again and blocked Auschen's path to the potting angle?
Yeah, we'll see. It looked like the 2 may have dressed up to where, yeah, it's a pretty jumpable ball. I was going to say, is it kind of a dead kiss off the pink 4, but I don't think so. So Albin, like most of the great players these days, a pretty big favorite here on this type of jump shot. The thing that may cause the miss is trying to gain position on the red 3. Hard to just stop your cue ball from here and take on the long one.
I was reading a superb article in Billiards Digest recently about the history of the jump shot and how it's become so popular in 9-ball, and I didn't realise just how much of a relatively recent addition it is.
Yeah, somewhat anyways. The jump cue itself, I think, has been around since about the late 80s, early 90s. Of course, they weren't for every player, and then some thought it was kind of a fad kind of thing, and it just grew and grew. Of course, we used to have to jump with the full cue feel, which was an art in itself, and you could see a bit more shots at times just because the power you can get into the ball with a full cue. But now the technology and the ability of the players, that combination has just made the jump shot a very, very big weapon in our sport.
And as if to prove what you're saying, Jeremy, yeah, I was working along that timeline as well, late 80s, early 90s. And for me, that's, in a sporting context, a relatively recent addition.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because, like I said, when it first came out, it wasn't like, oh, this is the best thing since, sliced bread or whatever you want to call it. But, it was a kind of few in between players that really took on to the jump cue. Most still jump the ball with their full cue, and I'll tell you, Albin made one of the most difficult jumps there, with the ball being very close but the object ball being very far away. That's the one that's most often missed. Yeah, routine 8 and 9 here to get a little separation. And speaking of a little separation, Mika van Berkel has opened up a 2-game lead on Morris Newhausen at the same scoreline of 4-2. And what will be the same scoreline here shortly.
Indeed, we have music in the arena. Maybe now it should be the Pointer Sisters. Jump, jump for my love, or in this case for rack 6.
That was a catchy tune too. I remember that one.
Yeah, that was around maybe at the same time as the jump cue.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Just coming into the game. That's oldies, Jeremy. That was a pretty golden rack for Albin Ouschen. Just what he needed, I think. That's the kind of inspired pool that might get him going. The first jump was good. This one, over the very close 6-ball, that was the best.
Yeah, on this type of jump shot, why it's so difficult is any miss hit of the cue ball at all, by the time the cue ball gets to the 3, it will swerve a little bit, just react a little funny. So everything has to be on point with this type of jump.
obviously couldn't play any kind of position, so the next pot from distance was also a good one. And now he's doubling up on Brzezinski at 4-2. Anthony Brabin, who made such an impression on us at the UK Open. The man from Cyprus, 4-3 up on Boris Ivanovsky from here in Germany. You're right about Mika van Berkel. Jeremy is 4-2 up on Moritz Neuhausen. I think that's one of the things you get when a sport is growing in popularity rapidly. A lot of junior talent comes through, and Van Berkel is at the head of that.
Yeah, definitely one of the best juniors in the world. And, you know, it's the type of sport we always talk about, the ladies being able to keep up with the men and whatnot. Just because the physical side of the game isn't totally necessary, it is helpful, and it definitely going to travel and play your best pool the healthier you are. But, you know, we talk about Van Berkel being young. Morris Neuhausen is pretty young himself. What is he, 20, I think, now? Maybe even still 19.
Such an impressive character. He plays really well, always smart, professional, articulate in several languages. Could be a big star. Aschen, not the only world-class Austrian in play at the moment. Over on table 24, Max Lechner has made a lightning start against GJ Orangorian, leading 7-0.
Yeah, and I'm not sure anyone plays better early in the tournament. Of course, not taking it the wrong way, but Max gets through those early matches, it seems like, as well as any of the players. Still looking for that first really big title. Runner-up last year at our U.S. Open. He'll be back there in late September in Lang City.
The biggest crowd in the arena at the moment, and it's a very big crowd, is watching Rafael Vahl on table 14 against Ko Pin-Yi. And one of the reasons you're hearing so much applause, Vahl leads 4-2.
Well, it's rare, but Ko Pin-Yi has, you know, had some score lines early in a few of these events that haven't gone his way, but
well, Ko was out very early, wasn't he, at the UK Open last year?
yeah, ever since that match, though, it's been pretty on point for him in his 9-ball game. Speaking of Ko Pin-Yi, has there been any player that has been involved in more matches to remember in the last year than Ko Pin-Yi, right? He's been in some that haven't gone his way, but have been incredible performances. Whirlpool Masters champion, involved in some incredible matches the last 12 months.
I wouldn't say Albin Aschen's performance here has been incredible, but certainly it's been eye-catching and I think encouraging. He's 5-2 up now on David Brzezinski. And you have to say, rack 6 really was, quite literally, a jump start. So
yeah,
more
he's
than
taking,
halfway to victory.
Excuse me, Phil. I was going to say he's taking care of really all the difficult shots. He's had many of them in this match so far, and really just one kind of I wouldn't say easy 6-ball, but somewhat routine got away from him. And hats off to his opponent. His opponent has played pretty well also. So limited mistakes here in this opener.
In the race to record the first victory of the tournament, Naoki is involved. He's 7-0 up on Ruben Alves of Portugal. Alex Montpellier 5-1 up on Christoph Reichers. And Matthias Snigotsky 6-4 up on Ahmed Mahmoudi. The one refusing to drop. Caught both jaws, but didn't find gravity.
Yeah, and a look from Alvin Ocean that we've seen quite a few times in his career. Very thin 1-ball here for David, and really not a lot of future with the cue ball. Cue ball heading towards the red 3, the black 8, and all that congestion. Not sure if he can really afford to take this on. Hard not to, though.
I was trying to think where I'd heard the name Brzezinski before, and of course it was Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was a big part of the Carter administration in the USA in the 70s.
Yeah, Carter was about the first president I really remembered. Was, of course, alive for, just born for Nixon, and then name's eluding me all of a sudden. His vice president, who went on it.
Gerald Ford.
Yeah, Ford, Gerald Ford, that's right. He actually toured my hometown during that election with Carter. Well, you could say he dogged it there, huh, Phil? Missing a jump shot finally.
What's happening?
Nice shot here on the 1. The 2 goes in the upper corner. Look at the 5, the purple 5 and the green 6 locked together, but the red 3's near, so you got to figure can maybe stay aggressive, trying to open the balls off the 3-ball.
Could still win this match, of course. We're not writing his chances off yet. But if he does lose, I think he could be a player to avoid on the 1-loss side, the way he's performing so far.
Yeah, not knowing a whole lot about him. I mean, does go the 1-loss. You got to figure probably draws to be a favorite for a match or two, the way he's played so far. Moritz Neuhausen is tied it at 4 apiece with Mika van Berkel. I think he's gotten enough angle here to get into the green 6 a bit. Yeah, tried to put a bit much speed. Did fluke the green 6. Missed the 3, so I don't know if he can go offensive here. Could be some kind of containing shot. If you're going to shoot with a lot of speed into these small pockets, you have to be very, very accurate.
On the winner's side, the player who comes through this will take on either Tim de Ruyter or Stepanliatis from Greece. Right now, de Ruyter's 3-2 up. Notice he's got his player's wristband on there to identify him to security and all of that kind of stuff, but it doesn't seem to be on very well. Must be a hindrance, an annoyance, the way it's been applied. You see there, the wristband of the more experienced Aushin has been put on entirely correctly.
Yeah, he's put a few more of those on than his opponent. Almost every ball on the table moved there, so it didn't get the contact on the red 3 desired, and left an awkward shot here. A little funny cueing over the pink 4 and a very funny angle trying to get back on the pink 4. So funny of an angle to the lower right. He's going to take on the right middle and run the cue ball a couple rails.
So early in the morning on day one, the crowd around table 14 is immense. I can only assume that Rafael Val is a local from this part of the world. He's got plenty of support. Into the lion's den for Ko Pin-Yi there.
Yeah, and of course we have, fortunate to have the U.S. Open, the U.K. Open, now the Spanish Open, but as far as the local players, probably none has impressed more than here in Germany. Or let's say the locals that we don't know that much about. I guess he's going to try and catch the top right side of the red 3. Watch out for the upper right corner with the cue ball.
Okay, Albin Aushin, your assignment for today is to pot this 3 and gain shape on the 4.
Well, he's come with most all these so far in this opening match. Good thing about Albin is he's just, you know, he's so complete as a player and immediately recognizes that just need to get past the side here. You don't have to get all the way back past the head string or anything like that. Just get that nice look at the pink 4 to cut it in. You need to come down table for the purple 5 anyways. So an angle on the pink 4 is ideal.
Almost, but that could be loss of rack.
Yeah, and if we do get another look at it, you'll notice he just cut the 3 a little thin to the pocket, to the left side of the pocket. That's why he caught that cue ball a little thin coming towards this middle and didn't get past that side. Really wasn't poorly struck at all, just a difficult shot.
Brzezinski won the second rack when Hauschen scratched on the break. How about making the most of another scratch? Oh, you cannot do that against someone like Albin Hauschen. That was meat and drink. It was elementary, no great positional thought either to it. And yet the 7-ball goes astray.
Yeah, and I didn't really see like nerves or anything, maybe just kind of overlooking it, taking it for granted a bit. That was as big a miss as you'll ever see from 2-time world 9-ball champion Albin Hauschen.
Well, that was quite clearly a deceleration, wasn't it? That's why he missed it by such a way, and that's why he missed it on that side of the pocket.
Well, that's the same thing I saw, not quite as obvious, I think, on that 6-ball. But if he goes back and looks at it, he'll notice a little bit of a hiccup in the backswing, and we saw a little bit of it there. Yeah, you hit it the nail right on the head, Phil. Definitely a little bit of a let up on the downswing.
I'm sure Brzezinski can't believe his luck. In pool, there are mistakes and there are blunders. The latter on the 8-ball from Albin Hauschen cost him the rack when he should have won it. So 5-3. Yes, for the most part, his pool is positive, but there have been a few weaknesses in there. As Jeremy said, the missed 6-ball, but the most glaring error, undoubtedly, the 8 we've just seen. I know, Jeremy, you always keep an eye on the American participation in these tournaments. Hunter Lombardo is on table 3 right now against Flavian Glont from Romania, 5-4 up. Pier Francesco Garzia of Italy, 6-2 up on Eric Reiter. Pierre Filler is having a great time against Clemens Hebert. 5-1 now, Pierre leads. Daniel Masséon on the hill against Eric Kohler at 8-2, already with a win under his belt. Wojciech Szewczyk, 9-0 over Fu Huan of Hong Kong. Ivor Arts, 7-3 up on Thomas Kusch.
Well, the only ball he's made on the break so far in this match is that cue ball right there. It's been 3 dry breaks and now serving up ball in hand in game number 9. And I'll tell you, Albin's been able to let go of that mistake pretty quickly, back the 6 and the 8 and one other, I think, just because of these dry breaks. And now again, like I said, surrendering ball in hand, Wasn't an unlucky scratch. Cue ball got below the rack, really went kind of straight off in that corner.
By the way, if you're noticing a lack of applause from table 14, that's because Copigny, after being 4-2 down against Raphael Val, now leads 5-4.
Yeah.
So his rack wins, Jeremy, are being received less enthusiastically.
Imagine that, Phil, but I tell you, he seems to always gain fans everywhere he goes, and up against one of the locals, so not a fan favorite at the moment.
Talking of big fan favourites, Naoki Oi has completed a 9-0 whitewash of Ruben Alves.
I think Oi's been our player to win the first match a couple times this year in these big events. It gets really rolling and fun to watch.
Well, I'd love to see him have a run to a final. Wouldn't it be great for him, for the sport, for Japan?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, no one puts in any more effort, I guess, and time traveling the world trying to get those big titles than Naoki Oi, and seems like he's everywhere. It looks like a quick win coming for Albin Ocean on maybe a 5-9 combination. Sizing that up now, and got a big win at that World Pool Masters this year, Copigny, but he's been knocking on the door in some of these other bigger events as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he took down this European Open. Who's your pick this week, Phil? Have you made that decision yet?
Yes, I have actually, and I've been thinking about this a lot on the plane over yesterday. Even when he loses, you very rarely see Shane Van Boening play a bad match. I think he's due.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I always go with Americans, or seem to anyways, and Shane's definitely a guy. Of course, Skylar's been trending really well to some semifinals in the last two big events here on the Matchroom stage, but Shane's been playing quality for some time. He's running 6-7 miles a day. You can see he's physically lost some weight. He's very dedicated and kind of rekindled his pool spirits, you might say, even more so. But I'll tell you another one that I think you might get a little surprise from, and it would be no surprise if he won it, but just what's been going on with him of late is Jason Shaw. Just kind of feels something about Jason's going to have a heck of a week here in Fulda.
Well, the upside of Shaw is phenomenal when he plays well. He looks unbeatable. I suppose that applies to quite a few of them, including Joshua Filler as well, who will be highly motivated to lift the trophy on home soil. And what about the recent winner of the Sharks International Open in the Philippines, Ko Ping Chung?
Yeah, absolutely. I think ever since not this year's, but last year's World Cup of Pool, he really struggled. I was really shocked to see him struggle. Saw him actually struggle in another match or two after that, but for some reason, ever since, I don't know, May of last year maybe, he's been really on form and really had a chance to get to that U.S. Open final last year as well, and took down a big event in the Philippines here just some week and a half ago.
So the 5-9 combination from Auschen means he's doubling up on David Brzezinski at 6-3. 3 more racks required to clear his first hurdle in defence of the title.
Yeah, didn't seem too happy. This is a pretty good starter after the break. You're near the rail. You may not be able to get that close to the 3, but should be able to come up the table and get the cut shot. You can see a very left-eye dominant player. Right-handed, left-eye dominant.
In snooker, we've had plenty of those over the years, including the only undefeated world champion in snooker history, Joe Davis. He was left-eyed, won the first world championship in 1927 and remained undefeated in that tournament until his retirement from the event in 1946.
Wow. And he was the man that had a brother that played as well?
Well, his brother was getting very close to him, and in the 46 final in London, Fred Davis nearly beat Joe, and that's why I think he retired, because he wanted to retire undefeated, and that was entirely his prerogative. So in the 50s then, Fred, the younger brother, went on to win the World Championship on numerous occasions. Fred Davis played competitively on the professional circuit until he was 78 years old.
Wow.
And you know, the amazing thing was, when he started out as a teenager, he had this particular cue. And when he finished his career at the age of 78, he was still using exactly the same cue.
What year was that he retired, Phil? I'm sure you probably...
Early 90s.
Oh, wow. I wouldn't have guessed that late. All right, going for the jump. Rare miss. Got over the 9, but fanned the 3.
Fred Davis was the only player I never referred to by his first name when I was talking to him. I always used to call him Mr. Davis. Great old guy he was. Well, in 1978, at the Crucible, the second year the World Championship was played in Sheffield, he got to the semi-finals and almost got to the final at the age of 64.
Yeah, he must have stayed healthy, that guy, I tell you. Kept his eyes a long time. A lot of congestion here near this left side pocket, and I'm not sure what he's going to play next. Don't think he'll play the 3 off the purple 5, maybe. Of course, if you could do that, moving the purple 5 may open up the 6 and all that, so we'll see. And he's just going to lay up, knowing this is a crucial game, right? 6-4 is a dangerous scoreline for a big favorite here early, so not one to take any chances. Just going to play the safety here on the pink. Now, does he try to get a little tricky here, trying to bump the purple open just a little bit off the rail? No, he decided to keep it simple. That would have been scary to me, though, leaving the pink 4 near the 9, even on a kick shot.
You could see from his reaction there, he wanted the cue ball a little closer to the 6, although I think he has done the main job.
Yes, he has. And still contact, 2 cushions on this pink 4. You never know. It's a difficult purple 5 near the rail anyways. Well, he hit it.
Another result for you. Norway's Mats Shetner has defeated Chan Ok 9-2. Very nicely done. Again, he would have preferred an extra centimetre on the cue ball, but even so. Maybe not centimetre, just millimetres.
Yeah, nice contact there on the pink. Again, with the purple sitting so difficult. Getting contact, keeping ball in hand, not an offer on for Albin, really helps things. Morris Newhousen's pulled out to a 7-5 lead now over Mika van Berkel.
Yeah, just a reminder, on table 2 today, at least 6 matches over there, and it's all on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
All right, he's attacking here, looking like he's trying to cannon the cue ball into the green 6, having the green 6 kind of open the purple 5. So a lot of speed required. Really nice.
Well, that's the perfect pool shot accuracy. Well conceived, well executed.
Yeah, and again, the amazing thing, you'll hear me say this, I say it a lot about the pool players, is so many shots you can never set up to practice, and you just have to go with, you know, what you built in your game and a little gut instinct and kind of what you see and go with it. It's amazing how intuitive these players are. Looks like he can go forward to short side, whether for the corner or for the side pocket. The 7, the brown 7 doesn't play past the 9. Certainly doesn't want to shoot a combination.
For the first time, the gap is 4 racks. Albin Auschen 7, David Brzezinski 3. Auschen needs 2 more for victory. On the hill on table 18, Alex Montpellier from France, 8-3 up on Christoph Reinches. 6-4 for the Welshman Marcel Price over Max Schneider. Also on the hill, Matthias Snigotsky, 8-6 up on Ahmed Mahmoudi. Kopin-Yi in a real battle with Rafael Vahl. It's now 6-5 in favour of the star from Chinese Taipei. You always get one big name struggling in the early stages of these tournaments, maybe 2, but certainly always one. And maybe Kopin-Yi is going to be set player.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what he feels talking about is one top player as a big favorite. Our next match features 2 great players that are going to, you know, one of them's probably going to have a struggle come down the end. You never know, but both players could play perfect. It'd be unfortunate that one of them has to lose. But
Tell you what, we almost had a golden break there. In the end, look how it's finished up.
yeah, got kissed multiple times there, 4 or 5 times the 9-ball.
So from potential golden break to dry break.
Yeah, that's his 3rd, right? Albin's. Get a little action on the 9 in the corner here, playing the 1 off the 9. I think that will hold him for the 2.
As the 9 went towards the pocket, Brzezinski was hoping for a rapid conclusion.
Yeah, definitely trying to give the 9 its best chance. And again, those don't look to me like nerves, those kind of misses, like that 7 ball earlier he missed. It just looks like maybe, kind of overlooking it, maybe paying attention to the cue ball a bit too much.
Yes, and the link between the 7 ball and that one, they were both slowly rolled.
Yeah, and one thing with the new conditions, especially the streaming tables, the TV tables, they're going to have a bit more lighting, which heats the table up, makes the balls cut a little easier than maybe some of the players anticipate. All right, nice high ball here with a real follow-through stroke, trying to straighten out the cue ball coming up the left side of the table. He's going to be a little upset about that just because he's a little short of his mark. 6 doesn't pass the 9. Wanted to be a little straighter on the purple 5, but shouldn't be a problem. And he went ahead and came up for the combination.
Not a certainty this, but a very high percentage to knock it in. As easy as you like. And so with that, Albanauschen moves onto the hill. He leads by 8 racks to 3, pulling away from 5-3. Daniel Maciol has defeated Eric Kohler 9-2. Ivo Arts, a winner 9-3 over Thomas Kirsch. How about Pia Filler? 7-1 up on Clemens Hebert, fellow German. When you've got 26 tables in operation, there's always so much going on. A match that began in the 11:30 time slot. Dennis Grabber from Estonia. He's 2-0 up on Kevin Dijkstra of Holland. Presumably no relation to Lenny Dijkstra, the famous, the infamous ball player from the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, he caught headlines the last 30 years or so, one way or another. But I know Kevin Dijkstra, actually, from the Netherlands, a really good dude, big pool fan. Been to many Moscone Cups, both in England, in the Europe side and on the American side. Just really good guy.
Hunter Lombardo on the hill against Flavian Glont, 8-5. And Pier Francesco Garcia on the hill against Arik Reiter at 8-2. Sounded like another Rafael Vahl cheer from table 14.
Thought we'd see Alvin kick between the 7-8 here and come into the backside of the blue 2. It's one of the best ever at really kicking 2 rails at the ball and creating the right type of separation, but with all that congestion there, I don't know. Kicking 2 rails across the 2 ball here, you may not get a rail. Just in case the 2 catches the 8, maybe runs into the 7, cue ball didn't catch a rail coming up the table. He got it super thin, so the rail wasn't a problem, and looks like he's going to get a nice return snooker.
The clear path to the 2, only blocked by 4 balls.
Pretty easy rail first shot here to get a safety. Trying to go to left side rail and kind of come across the two, bank it back up that left side rail and just come across with the cue ball. Mika van Urkel with a difficult 9 to stay in this match. He's overcut it. He's left nothing easy for Moritz, but a game-winning ball here. Nice effort there. That's the shot I was talking about. Just a cue. Seems the blue two's gotten right in that gap, Phil.
Let's go over to table 2. This is the potentially winning ball. Safety first from Neuhausen and just overdone slightly. The youngster not out of it yet, 8-6. And here, Brzezinski not out of this just yet.
No, and a little surprising on the safety from Moritz, that decision. And then surprised he didn't really hit his mark as well. But thing about that type of shot, you know, that shows a lot of respect, I think, for his young opponent, Mika van Berkel, right? He wants to leave it tough. But also at the same time, you're not going to get the cue ball on the rail with that type of shot. You're always going to be cueing the ball pretty nicely. So even if he lays the 9 on the rail, I kind of feel like Mika had a good shot to make a long rail bank and stay in that match. So a little surprised Morris didn't shoot at the pocket there to win the match.
This is, of course, a very alien environment for Brzezinski. I think this is his first appearance on the main table at one of these big events. He's made his mistakes, of course he has, but I think he's acquitted himself reasonably well, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everything wasn't perfect, but he's up against one of the best players on the planet. And big moment, big situation for him, and I think he's played just fine, really. Again, never really got going on the breaking end of things, and that, you know, no matter what player you are, what stature, what status, the break shot is a big one to win any match.
We've seen some debutants on the main stage who've been like rabbits in headlights. I think that's been the case with him. I think there's things to work on. Another scratch and surely loss of rack. Staying alive. 8-4. Albin not over the line just yet. The winner of this match will play either Panagiotis Sipoliatis of Greece or Tim de Ruyter. 7-3 at the moment to the Greek. 8-5 still, Hunter Lombardo over Flavian Glant. Pier Francesco Garzia from Italy has beaten Arik Reuter 9-2. Pier Filler now 7-2 up on Clemens Hebert. 6-6, Copigny and Raphael Val. 7-5 for Marcus Martin over Yunus Saska. On the hill, Omar Al Shaheen, former World Championship runner-up, funnily enough, to Albin Auschen. He's 8-3 up on Sambor Stakoviak. Matthias Nagotsky has beaten Armin Mahmoudi 9-7. And also a win for Alex Montpellier over Christophe Reiches at 9-3. Well, the cue ball was heading towards the pocket, Jeremy, but it kissed another ball in.
Yeah, and his first balls on the break of the entire match, besides the cue ball. Had one scratch earlier. Was going to get lost again, as Phil said there, but the pink four wanted no part of that. So both the players. Oh, nice shot there, coming 2 rails between the 9 and 3. Not sure that was necessary, really. I thought he could go around it, but he's at the table and sees the table best. Mika van Berkel still hanging around, so both these players with their opponent on the heel, hanging tough.
And we'll mention this repeatedly over the course of the next 6 days, as we always do, but I think the winner breaks format does give hope for a possible fight back, and that's got to be a good thing in terms of entertainment value.
Well, we see it at every tournament, and we're seeing it more and more. I think a match here or there that, you know, as a comeback starts to happen, you don't want to take your eyes off of it. And the more I look at Brzezinski, as a pretty young player, right? We don't have the bio on him, or we might actually, but he's got to be some 19 years old or something like that to me. Just guessing, maybe 20.
Yeah, there's definitely a solid foundation. Took that a little close to the pocket for comfort. Had to be very precise with the pace of the object ball.
Yeah, and I don't see Albin going for this. Probably plays off the right side of the purple 5. He's going to bank it back down in between the 8-9 and kill the cue ball. A little left side spin.
Couple more results for you. Luong Doc Tien of Vietnam. He's beaten Hassan Osman 9-3. And Petri Makinen from Finland, I think very underrated player, has come through 9-4 against Saki Kanatia of Turkey. And I suspected Max Lechner through in no time at all with a 9-0 whitewash of GJ Orangorian from Great Britain. So a handful of players clearing their first hurdle by whitewash. Not the case for Auschen. This is turning into something of a workout.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it could have been even closer had the break not really been much of a friend for Brzezinski. Now Albin wanting to get the purple all the way to the rail. That's what cost him the cue ball. trying to secure both the cue ball and the object ball.
One more big name strolling through. Aloysius Yap, 9-1. Jorge Soda.
I think for Yap, we're going to see some of those results that we saw not long ago. I think he's one of the players, though, that has struggled with the break shot, the new break rule at times, it seems like. Which is probably the best thing about that rule, is most every player has struggled at some time with it or not. Watch out, 9-ball. Wow, and got the snooker.
Well, if he does go on to lose this match, that will be the closest he's ever been to victory without achieving it. This is hanging on the lip.
Yeah, the diamond table with the deep shelves, and Morris Newhausen, a great match on table 2 there to open. It looks like he's going to take it down with a very routine 9-ball.
Yes, there's the applause to confirm what Jeremy was saying. Moritz Newhausen defeats Mika van Berkel by 9 racks to 7. That's the first match over for the day on table 2, but plenty more pool to come on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Well, I thought he could see a little piece of this to maybe edge it, but again, the camera can fool us at times. So yeah, I think that's the direction he's shooting, and that's all you can do here. Wow, a little unlucky to catch the scratch. I think he made a pretty good effort there.
It's been such a feature of this contest, and it might well be the decisive moment. Surely it will be. This 6-9 combination, any contact will do. There it is. Albin Auschen, at times he was given something of a headache by David Brzezinski. Bear in mind, at one point, his lead was only 5-3. But in the end, the defending champion comes through relatively comfortably, winning by 9 racks to 4. And this was the winning moment, the simplest of 6-9 combinations. So next up for you, after the defending champion gets off to winning ways, we have, in my opinion, the best first round match we've ever seen in one of these 256-player Open World 9-Ball Tour major events. It is Chang Yulung against Wu Kunlin. That will be a mouth-watering prospect, and Jeremy and myself will be back for that one in around 5 minutes' time.
That everywhere you go, my Aramis, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience. This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
the centre of the room and the centre of attention. Standing room only around table 14 as Rafael Vaal takes on Ko Pin-Yi. I don't think I've ever seen a larger crowd around an outside table at one of these big events. It really is a sight to see. Vaal has been giving a really good account of himself. The latest score, Ko Pin-Yi leads by 7 racks to 6. It's a nail biter, and all the people gathered around table 14 are thoroughly enjoying themselves. Now over on table 2 we have a result. Moritz Neuhausen defeated Mika van Berkel 9-7. So next up over there, it will be from the world of snooker, the reigning Scottish Open champion actually, Gary Wilson, who's acquitted himself well in 9-ball pool so far. He loves the game and he wants to go deep here. He's taking on Nikita Rudenko of the Ukraine. After that, Torsten Homan of Germany. This is his hometown, Fulda. He wants to make a big impression, and we'll get to see his first match on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Also a match under the belt on table 1. Albin Auschen coming through 9-4 against David Brzezinski. Now it is the All-Chinese Taipei affair between Wu Kunlin and Chang Yulong. This is not hype, this is not exaggeration, it is just pure fact. In terms of first round contests in these big regional world 9-ball tour ranking tournaments, I think in terms of first round matches this is the best we've ever had. On paper, certainly.
Yeah, I think I would agree, and we've had some great ones, believe it or not. And a player we haven't seen much of late, but one of my favorites from Taiwan, and a player that's played at the U.S. Open many times, and I actually played him the last time I played in the U.S. Open, I believe, in 2016. And
well, he's been a semi-finalist at the US Open.
Yeah, and I quite often wondered, he's won titles, of course, in Asia and around, but I always thought he would take down a big title in the U.S. or somewhere abroad, and it's kind of baffled me how he hasn't, really.
And that's Wu Kunlin, who was a semi-finalist in the World 9-Ball Championship in Poland back in February. Now you might be wondering, how on earth can two players of this quality get drawn to play each other in the first round? Well, it's quite simple. Wu Kunlin is a seeded player on the rankings, as you might imagine, as a World Championship semi-finalist. But Chang is only just coming back into it, and so consequently his impression in the rankings is negligible. Consequently, he wasn't seeded, hence this blockbuster draw.
Yeah, and one we expect to be a close one and with very high quality. Of course, we may see some nerves from the man in your screen right now, making his first time back in a few years.
You're right about his accomplishments. He won the China Open in 2014, and the following year, in partnership with Ko Pin-Yi for Chinese Taipei, he won the World Cup. Also won the China Open, by the way, in 2010. He has won an event in America, although a smaller one, the Steinway Classic.
Yeah, excuse me on that one. I didn't realize, but always a stellar field there, and now a pool room that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, funnily enough, he might get good vibes thinking about that Steinway Classic final, because he beat a fellow countryman in that, Ko Ping Chung. I don't think it would be considered an exaggeration to say this is a first round match that could quite conceivably be a final.
Yeah, absolutely. And two types of players, like so many, once they get going, not going to make many mistakes. And Wu Kun Lin, I think, twice a semifinalist in the World Nineball Championships. I think back 2015, maybe, I think. One of the years Albin won it, I believe he was a semifinalist. I was going to say, we've seen some real testers after the break here so far on table one, and that one again was not easy.
Now, Albin Ocean missed an 8-ball into that pocket. That was because of a deceleration, a let-up, if you like. And I think that was the same. So what can Chang do? Can he send an early message?
Yeah, well, he doesn't have to send many messages. Wu Kun Lin really knows the player he's facing, and one of the more effortless players at the table you'll ever see. Really just a fairly flawless swing, in my opinion, and seems like it comes so natural. Doesn't get quite down on the ball like most of the top players. Head up off the cue a little bit. Doesn't seem to slow him down one bit. And it's the type of technique I like a lot, just because it really agrees with all equipment. Doesn't matter really what type of table they're playing on. And felt's a little worn, maybe the newer slick felt like here. Drawing around the 9 maybe. Oh, he's going to stun 2 rails, going to catch a piece of the 9. A little surprising there.
Oh dear. Needed to catch the 9 again.
Yeah, and hit the 7 real clean to the pocket. Just probably didn't expect that much roll on the cue ball. Could have really afforded a little bump on the 9. That would have made things easy. And now a jump shot that's doable, but the cue ball kind of going away off a very soft angle. So I think very easy to miss this 8 trying to get involved with playing position on the 9. I think he's just got to take his medicine. Wherever he gets on the 9, he gets. And you'll notice the overcut trying to create a little movement on the cue ball to come around for the 9.
Well, Chang's done the majority of the work in the first rack. Wu could be in to steal it. Confidence builder, that one, Jeremy.
Yeah, especially after the opening miss on the 1. Another long shot there on the 8.
So a couple of pots from Wu is all he needed to win the opener. Now the news from table 5. Panagiotis Sipoliatis will provide the next opposition for Albin Ocean. He's defeated Tim de Ruyter 9-4. Good news for American fans. Hunter Lombardo coming through 9-5 against Flavian Glant. Pia Filler on the hill against Clemens Hebert. Pia leading by 8 racks to 3. Good performance, that. Georgiev has just started out on table 3 against Patrick Munghiuri of Romania. Georgiev winning the first rack, and I can tell you, Pia Filler has just won. Well done. Kopin Yi on the hill against Rafael Val in that well-attended match on table 14 at 8-6. Also on the hill, Marcus Martin of Spain, 8-6 up on Yunus Saska of Estonia.
First dry break, it looks like, and no offensive shot, not one that really looks playable.
After the dry break, I'll give you a couple of more scores. Omar Al-Shaheen has beaten Sambor Stakowiak 9-3. And Marcel Price from Wales, he's beaten Max Snyder 9-5.
Yeah, trying to force the safety a bit here, and I think he's given up a tough one ball on the side, maybe a cross side bank. You figure Wu to take this on one way or another. Very interested to see Gary Wilson's opponent from.
Yeah, all the way from Ukraine, so obviously has our support just for that. But Wilson took the first rack.
Yeah, I kind of got stuck there. Thank you, Phil. And it just seems to me that when the Ukraine sends a player, it's a very good player to me, it seems like. Everyone I've seen, and it's only been a few, but a nice shot there, and the one in the side, and Wu Kun Lin's got a chance to get back on the board.
Now that is the crowd on table 14. I think it's just an indication of how this sport is growing. Yes, there's a local involved. Everyone wants to give their support against a giant of the game. But even so, that's great to see.
Well, I think the German fans know a bit more about their player than we do. I think they came in anticipation of an upset.
That's one thing we know for sure, there will not be an upset here. Whoever wins will not be a surprise.
Yeah, and I've watched Wu Kun Lin quite a bit, you know, through the years, and never a fast player. I wouldn't call him a slow player, but it seems like he's taking a little more time over the ball once he gets down in the queuing position. It could have drawn us to 8-7, that applause there on table 14. We'll know the score here shortly.
I don't think so, and I'll tell you why. I think Rafael Val is putting his cue away.
Okay.
I think Kopin Yi has won. We'll let you know as soon as the scoreboard updates. It has updated. Kopin Yi defeating Rafael Val 9-6. And the prevailing emotion from the Chinese Taipei star, one of relief.
Yeah, no relief here, getting snookered. A fairly routine shot on the purple 5 coming up for the green 6, and now with the jump cue.
Yeah, there's the technique that Jeremy was telling you about. Nowhere near the cue with his chin, nowhere near. But it all works very nicely.
Well, Skylar and I were talking about him yesterday, and we haven't seen it here yet, but when it comes to powering up, there's not many better, and we kind of wonder if that's because of the technique, standing a little bit up off the ball.
Well, there's the equaliser. It's 1-1. As for our first match, Albin Auschen defeated David Brzezinski 9-4, and afterwards we caught a word with the defending champion.
Albin up and running as defending champion with a victory, but not the easiest of contests to have to put yourself through.
Yeah, to the middle of the match, it was not the easiest contest, but he made one or two errors. After that, my break also didn't work until the middle of the match, so I tried to figure it out for the second match a little bit better, need a better start. But overall, I'm happy with my performance.
You obviously had a bit of time off ahead of this event, but practice with Josh. How have you been trending in the game?
Yeah, no, I'm happy with my game right now with Josh. I mean, it's always super rough. I mean, even to win a set against him, but I managed to win some, and no, it was great to play with him, and he just, I think, plays the game differently, but I'm happy with it.
Every player obviously wants a good run in every event, but for you there must be one eye on making sure you're in the picture for an automatic Mosconi Cup pick come the US Open.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the European Open is a big one. Got to also defend my title, want to go deep for Mosconi Cup rankings. But I think the big step will be starting with September, where we got like 2, 3, 4 Mosconi Cup ranking tournaments, big ones. So I think after that we know who's in, who's out.
Albin, we're waiting for your next.
Interesting words from Albin Auschen. Let's put it this way. If he doesn't get one of those automatic picks for the Mosconi Cup, he's been so successful in that event over the years. He's ideally suited for it. He's Mr. Cool. I would find it difficult to think he wouldn't be given a wild card.
That would be, most people's statement, but, things are going to unfold, and you never know how they unfold. And you have some players that are outside those rankings that have also performed really well in the Mosconi Cup, so we'll see.
The strength and depth of the European team is extraordinary. And I think it's going to be the case again where players who've had a really good year will miss out. That's just the way it is. Sometimes a really good year isn't good enough. You have to have an exceptional year.
Yeah, and you have to, really overcome a decision for a captain one way or another, or make a decision for a captain with your performance. But again, it's hard. Like you just said, if an Albin Auschen doesn't make it off points, hard to argue any captain not taking him. And you look at a Mario He, who's had another great year this year, not really getting the win he wants, but still seems like he's been down at the business end of every event. FSR, who's obviously going to be in that Mosconi Cup, and you got a Jason Shaw who's always performed there.
Yes, and what about Alexa Pashalch, the latest winner on the World Nineball Tour, won an event in Bosnia at the weekend, the Longoni Open. I think he's up to 6th on the European Mosconi Cup standings right now, so who knows? He's a player on the rise.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to think about rookies on the team. Do you want to carry maybe 2 rookies? And I got so many great Polish players that have had some results throughout the year at times, and it's just a hard proposition.
And then, of course, you've got the situation with Eklund Kachi. Basically, we've touched on this before. He was involved in an accident off-roading and really hurt his arm badly. That's why he's not here. You wonder how lengthy the recovery process will be from that injury. We all wish him the very best, of course. The UK Open champion.
Yeah, and the way he his play this year, he's inside that automatic bid for points at the moment, but not going to be able to play for a while. But the way he's played, if he's able to get back into form and get some training in before that last pick is made, considering he'll probably fall outside the points, not being able to attend, it's going to be a very hard decision. Because he's played some pool that not many have played in their entire life. He's done it in some big moments this year.
Jeremy, as you know 1,000 times more than me, having been a Mosconi Cup captain, it must be very difficult to make the phone call regarding the picks, the wild cards. Obviously, when you're ringing someone to say they're in, that's a joyous phone call, but when you're having to tell them they're not.
Yeah, it's not easy, and you know, I think the players understand it's not easy for any captains to make that kind of phone call. And you know, in today's world, you gotta sit back and sometimes take a little breath of fresh air with all the social medias and everything else that's involved with the world today. You know, you could easily get a little disgruntled over things, and that being a captain or a player, but it's serious business. I mean, the Mosconi Cup, of course, started out as a great tribute to, you know, one of the greatest that's ever played, Willie Mosconi, but still, it's a very important thing to these players, and they all want to make that squad.
As for the likes of Wu and Chang, pool by and large is very much an individual sport. Yes, it's the World Cup, the chance to be representing Chinese Taipei, but then you've got to get past the Ko brothers in their case.
So steady from Wu Kun Lin, but it's been a few errors from Chang in his return into the big stage of Nineball pool.
Yeah, it took them nicely in the end, did Wu. I think steady is the most obvious word for him. Hard to beat, nothing flashy, but always efficient. He leads 2-1. Yunus Saska and Marcus Martin of Spain, they've gone to the hill on table 11, 8 racks each. Georgi Georgiev, 3-0 up now, the Bulgarian. Just talking about Alexa Pashalsh, he's lost the first rack against Engin Niron of Turkey. Senarip Azar from Sweden, 3-0 up on Dan Christia of Romania. And Ashton Pekinyak has beaten Mikhail Tarkovsky 9-7. And just as Wu broke off there, Benjamin Belhassan from France, he's won 9-5 against Navin Ramkalawan.
All right, I was going to say Wu Kun Lin usually figures out the break. Looked like it was going to be a dry break, but the 3 did get down. Missed the 1 on the side, but in a great position now. The 2 does pass between the purple 5 and the black 8.
this is how good Chinese Taipei pool is. We've just been talking about the Mosconi Cup. If you had the best 5 players from Chinese Taipei against either Europe or the USA, it would be a real match.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, when I started playing professionally, I think America was on top at that point. It was arguably that maybe the Philippines, but I think tournament pool, I think the Americans were on top. But I think somewhere around the early 2000s, late 90s, we all kind of started to see Chinese Taipei as the overall best country when it comes to 9-ball pool, and I think they're still up there. I don't know if you would say they're the absolute best, but still one of them.
I'll tell you what, if it was ever Europe versus Asia or USA versus Asia, pick that team, the Asian team. Pick the best 5 from that continent. Now that would be a task.
Yeah, you can almost let your opposing captain put together the lineup. You know, it's really no heartaches at all.
Extreme below centre striking on the 9 from Wu Kunlin. In it goes, and he's got a 2-rack advantage at 3-1. Now, we've just talked about the Philippines in passing and the strength of Asian pool. When the Philippines won the World Cup of Pool in Spain recently, yes, it was a team effort. James Arenas played brilliantly, but Yan Chua was out of this world, wasn't he? And he's in action right now on table 26. 3-0 up on Graham Hamilton of the UK. Roman Hebler from the Czech Republic, 5-3 up on Andre Vansner. Anthony Brabin of Cyprus, who impressed at the UK Open. He's won his first match, 9-7 against Boris Ivanovsky. Riccardo Gudjar from here in Germany has beaten Davy Piergiovanni from Italy, 9-5. And Dennis Grabber, we mentioned him earlier, wasted no time in beating Kevin Dijkstra 9-2. And another player from the Czech Republic, David Salzman, he's 4-1 up on Holger Gries.
The 1 barely fell, but look at balls hanging all over the place. The 3 super deep in the side pocket. Cue ball almost fell as well. Purple 5 over the corner. Near the 2, but I don't think he has an open pocket, so he's got to pick out a pretty handy safety. Tell you what, I may cut the 2 towards the 9 here with some right spin and try and come 1 rail behind the 8. Keep it real simple. Man, a lot of players don't see that shot very often. I think you can be pretty comfortable with it. Like I said, cut the 2 pretty thin with a little right spin, dropping the cue ball to the bottom cushion. Then let the right spin do its job, bringing the cue ball behind the 8, the black 8. And it's testy, but and again, with the 3 hanging, you could certainly leave a shot. Oh, he went all out there. He's going to get really fortunate. Wow.
Match 2, and already a candidate for fluke of the tournament.
Yeah, I don't understand what the shot was, really. Was he trying to play the 2 off the 9? The only thing I could imagine, and he was banking the 2 into the purple 5 cross corner and caught the 2 a little thin.
You knew where the 3 was. Any kind of contact would knock it in, but how did you get there? Well, by fortuitous measures.
All right, got down on this one a little quicker than he normally does. Not a problem. When he's made balls on the break, it hasn't been anything consistent, but this could be a huge fluke. Trying to go up 4-1 now, and could put a few more on top of that. This match scoreline could get a little out of hand.
No point having luck if you don't take advantage of it. Wu had a huge slice of good fortune, and he took full advantage. He's pulled away from 1-1 and now leads by 4 racks to 1 against Chang Yulong. Let's give you some other scores from around this vast arena. Radislav Babica from Poland, 6-3 up on Paul Taylor. Khalid Al-Ghamdi from Saudi Arabia leads 7-2 against Jürgen Holgert. Christian Sadea, tall Romanian, he's 4-1 up on Yuri Pisklov. Alexander Hersens from Latvia has taken the opening rack against Fedor Gorsht. It's 2-0 for Niels Fine over James Oyengoran. Benji Buckley and Florian Vogler, 3-3. Chris Alexander 2-0 up on the Scot Jim Telfer. And Demetrius Lukatos 4-1 up on Rainer Bierman.
Can be a frustrating game, 9-ball, and a couple mistakes. Then a fluke from Wu Kun Lin in the last game. Now a dry break with nothing good to look at. And always difficult to push out, especially with the best players in the world.
While he's contemplating, don't want to leave you hanging. I told you Marcus Martin and Yunus Saska had gone hill-hill. Well, it was Martin who got the verdict, 9-8. And his reward, a meeting with Ko Pin Yi next.
Well, it looks like he's rolled out really difficult here, just maybe leaving the right edge on the one. I wouldn't doubt at 4-1 he gets this back.
Don't want to ignore Mieszko Fortunski, who's been on table 13 for a short period of time. He's beaten Kalin Felix Stefanov 9-1. As for the winner of this match, they will take on Talal Al-Blushi or David Hopkin next. Right now, Al-Blushi leading 6-2.
Now, decision to make. I think he's fairly straight here on the 1-ball. Does he just stop, making the 1 a little easier, taking a little more shot on the blue 2? Does he try to screw the cue ball back for a little gap between the 5 and 8? I kind of like the stop shot myself. I know that leaves you awfully thin on the blue 2, but you could hit this well, trying to draw the cue ball back and get snookered behind maybe the purple 5.
double problems, not just the miss but the scratch as well. Is this the start of a Chang recovery?
Yeah, and again, that's where I saw Wu Kun Lin. Seems like on certain shots he's staying over the ball or down on the ball a little longer than what I'm used to seeing.
Of course, because he's been away from the worldwide circuit for quite some time, Chang, this will be his first experience of these smaller pockets.
Yeah, pretty common theme in Chinese Taipei at the clubs, though. They used to train on very small pockets. Of course, the conditions a little different here, and cue ball's going to run a bit more than he wanted there. May have to actually go into the 8 a little bit with a draw stroke. Could go around at a couple rails. Looks like forward off one rail's available, so best option, keep it simple. Yeah, he's going to look at stunning, kind of stun drawn by the side pocket, coming a couple cushions back towards the center. Had a similar shot in the first game where he ran kind of 2 rails into the 9. And he did the same here, and he's going to get a little thin. He should be okay.
Wu's scratch did prove costly. Chang badly needed that rack, and he gets it. Still though, Wu leads by 4 racks to 2. Now there is a familiar face to me. He had a wonderful amateur snooker career. He won everything there is to win in the amateur game. David Lilly, former world seniors snooker champion as well. He's now a professional in snooker. He's playing in this event. He's watching his pal Gary Wilson. They're both from the same part of the UK, the northeast of England. And Wilson's doing pretty well against Nikita from Ukraine. 4-2 ahead. Wonderful arena again, Jeremy. I think that's one of the common features with all of these events we're going to now, all around the world. The venues themselves are perfect to house these tournaments.
Yeah, I remember this from last year, and this made me my favorite on the European side of things. Of course, the U.S. Open I've always been pretty partial to, and yeah, Matchroom, they spare really no expense setting up all these incredible venues. And keeping half an eye on Gary Wilson, it seems like he's just kind of taking it even a little more serious than I've seen before.
Not had the best of starts to the snooker season. There have been 2 world-ranking events in which he's been involved. He didn't win his first group in the Championship League, so made an early exit there. And then he was involved in a European Masters qualifier, which again didn't work out well. The European Masters will take place, funnily enough, not too far from here in Nuremberg. later this month. But Wilson will not be there.
And after a big scratch, and now a scratch and return off the break, and it may end up being a quick win on a 2-9 combination. Not something the players want to get at too often, combinations, the early ones, but this one not only sits well, but it makes sense. Hard to get position on that blue 2. So he'll draw by the 7 down the table. Just got to realize going past it could be a problem. So yeah, that's what I was going to say. About the middle diamond on the lower left part of this left long rail.
Yes, just to give you a little bit more detail on Gary Wilson in that European Masters snooker. He lost in the first round to a young Belgian called Ben Mertens, 5-4. That was, I think it would be wrong to say a shock, because Mertens is a fine talent, but certainly a surprise.
Oh, this speed looks perfect.
You called it, Jeremy. He did it. The 2-9 combination. And that 3-rack cushion is re-established. For these guys, that was easy peasy.
Yeah, definitely the shot on the 1 getting to the 2-9 much more difficult. You know, the position play and a little more touchy. Ukrainian Nikita Rudenko looking to cut it to 4-3. Gary Wilson was up 4-0 in that match, I believe.
Yes, if you want to see that contest, you can see a glimpse of the match on the right-hand side of your screen. If you want to see that contest in its entirety, it is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as indeed is all of the action on Table 2 throughout the week.
Yeah, and it hasn't been the best on the breaking end for either player here on the main table. Made some balls, but no consistency of any sort. He's missed the one on the side, did get another one down. But that's the beautiful thing about when you do miss the one in the side and you happen to pocket another ball. That one seems to come away and give you a lot of offensive opportunities after the break. Now this is awfully thin, but he's very close to it, so accuracy should be at a premium.
So thin, sometimes it's hard to actually get as much momentum into the object ball as you want.
Yeah, this one will just creep to the corner as the cue ball goes up and down the table. This is going to be perfect speed. I think really making the rack a lot easier than it could have been.
Yeah, the one was a good shot. It wasn't quite as thin as I think Jeremy and I anticipated it would be. From that view, you can see there was a gap between the one and the cushion, but even so, the positional aspect of the shot had to be applauded.
Yeah, should draw the ball here into the 6, getting the cue ball kind of cleared up away from the 9. That's surprising. He babied it. Trying to maybe be a little too cute with the cue ball there, and don't really see any worries about or there was any worry about really putting some stroke into that shot. Very unexpected error.
And that's the kind of mental mistake that really gets under a player's skin. Well, it seemed reckless. It's not worked out too badly.
No, just shaving the 5. Cue ball going some 4 or 5 rails around the table. And I don't know if he can really go offensive here. Can he do anything with the cue ball? Is it really risky? You hate to make a big shot and then lose the cue ball off to 7 or something like that, or not gain position, but when I used to see this man play a bit more often, this is the type of shots he would come with.
He just looks what we thought he might be, a little rusty. I don't think rusty in terms of playing pool, he would have been playing a lot of it, but rusty in terms of competing on this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think the slick table probably not helping him that much, maybe a little mental about the pocket size, even though we did talk about the Chinese Taipei players really train on the tighter equipment.
Well, he didn't try anything outlandish in terms of position there whatsoever, and yet the pot still went astray. Don't let the sleeping giant wake up. That's the advice to Wu. Well, his turn. Chang's to get a fluke. The intention was a double. It worked out to be a treble.
And a funny shot here, because if he draws the ball, how much of the 9 is he catching? That's what he's wondering. And he'd like to catch, you know, half of it-ish. But if he doesn't draw the ball, he'll catch that half he wants, but not get much movement on the cue ball. So where's the 8 going to end up? Well, that's not going to hurt at all.
It was a very sloppy positional shot from Wu. And in the end, Chang Yu-Lung gets one back. His deficit now only 5-3. Now, at the World Cup of Pool, we ran out of superlatives to describe Johan Chua. And I think that might be the case again if he carries on this kind of form, because he's already 8-0 up on Graham Hamilton. Also on the hill, Roman Hebler, 8-4 up on Andre Vansner. David Salzman, 5-2 up, I should say, after 7 racks against Holger Gries. Babkin Melkonyan from Romania is 1-0 up on Elio Samarani of Italy. Imran Majid, the veteran campaigner from the UK, 2-0 up on Alexandru Rausch of Romania. Also on the hill, Radislav Babica against Paul Taylor at 8-3. And Khalid Al-Ghamdi from Saudi Arabia has beaten Jürgen Holgert 9-3. And one more scoreline I have to give you, because it is, well, eyebrow-raising. Alexander Hersens from Latvia leads Fedor Gorst 3-0.
Well, someone you mentioned a moment ago, Johan Chua. You know, I was watching Morris Newhausen in that opening match, and you know, a guy like Moritz, a youngster, so talented and such a great player already at a young age. And, you know, thinking about that World Cup, you know, some players could say, oh, I got to the finals of the World Cup. You know, I'm kind of there, right? Where Moritz is a smart guy, knowing he's still got a lot of work ahead of him. And, you know, but it really may have been a coming out party for Johan Chua at that World Cup of Pool, because he's been a great player and one of the world's best for a long time. It's just got to start getting out there and proving it on the biggest scenes, right? The biggest events. And I'll tell you, that's a very dangerous guy, Johan Chua, to get a little confidence in this tournament arena. It's what we saw at the World Cup. He can kind of just overtake racks and overtake games. Nice tactical shot here.
Over the years, Jeremy, you've seen many a fine performance. But put it into context, it's very difficult playing Scotch doubles anyway. You're under pressure representing your country. And Chua was just otherworldly, wasn't he, in Spain?
Well, the thing is, one of the great things we love about all great players in any sport is the aggression, right? But you don't get to see it enough just because they're so great with the cue ball. They stay in position so well. So we see an occasional shot here and there that we talk about for a long time, but it seemed like Johan had one, you know, every other rack that was just kind of jaw-dropping, really.
And while we're talking, he's won 9-0.
All right, the safety's going to give up a nice look here at the blue two. A little angle also to get over on a 3-4 combination. You know, it's one thing to make them all too, right? But just to have the nerve to keep pulling the trigger in those situations. And I think one good thing for that team Philippines is they had each other's back no matter what decision was made, no matter what outcome of the shots were made as well.
And the other thing to bear in mind, before a ball was struck in the tournament, they were 25-1 outsiders. Surely the most generous price ever.
Well, there's only one team that can win, and you know, we all know how James has shown us some, you know, some real class this year in a few events, and of course we know how great he is. And Johan Chua talked about it in the back room. There aren't many that want any of him, but you still got to get out there and do it. And you know, Johan's been in a few events and hadn't quite had that deep run that he wanted. Now again, though, getting that experience and that big title, I think both players have become even more dangerous, that Filipino duo.
And the reception that they received back home, it was a hero's reception. So much media. When they arrived back at the airport, it was welcoming the conquering twosome.
Okay, that looked a little lucky, but that was very strategic going into the purple, because the shot on the pink 4 really sat to maybe open up that right middle pocket for the cue ball. So instead of taking a chance, he knew he may not draw a position on the purple 5, but he knew he wasn't going to get snookered. So I think very smart. Another reason why we see Wu Kun Lin do so well so often in these big events. And definitely, again, in my mind, down over the ball a little longer than I'm used to. And that can be a conscious change. We used to, you know, kind of call it taking dead aim, making sure you have everything how you want it.
Not totally ideal, this. But no issue for Wu Kunlin, who is now doubling up on his fellow countryman Chang Yulong. Wu leads 6-3. So 256 players starting out. One thing that's remarkable to me, Jeremy, not just in this event, UK Open, US Open, Asian Open, of course, in Vietnam in October, when the entries go up and people can actually, try and get into the tournament, they're sold out in minutes. It's an extraordinary thing. You could have a lot more players involved. There's a big reserve list. 256, you think, will they fill that field? Easily.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's a credit to what's going on. Of course, the players have nothing but high praise for all these events. And, there is no question mark as a viewer or a fellow player that you want to be involved. Production is incredible and really spare no expense and always thinking of the players as well. I don't think they've made the one in the side once in this match, so whoever does go on to win it needs to improve in that category.
Another result, Radoslav Babica from Poland has beaten Paul Taylor 9-3. And Neil Svyan going grey guns against James Oyengoran, 7-0 up. Thomas Kaplan, another Polish player with lots of ability. He's beaten Jarlo Kotinurmi from Finland 9-2.
Well, this is surprising. This looks playable to me. This one ball, not saying it's easy, but and again, the camera fools us quite often, but definitely looks like a pocketable ball.
Undercut it.
Yeah, so that tells you it's definitely playable and very fortunate there to get back to the table after that push out. And now it's got to get something going, but look at the layout. Oof. One, obviously not difficult. The two's not too tough. Getting back on the three, not easy. Up the table, the pink four, back down table. So a lot of work, but you can get a lot of confidence going if you get making out here, especially cutting it to 6-4. Over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, Gary Wilson, a lot more of a match than he was, now 5-4 leading. Can he get position on the three here? Oh, nice shot. Nearly getting by the pink four.
That's one thing I've noticed actually in this match. Both of them have played some very nice shots into that pocket with check side.
Yeah, if he catches any of the pink four, you can see he doesn't have a big pocket on the red three. If he has a pocket at all, may have to play the combination.
And really, that was a mess up, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the one thing that I've always seen from Chang is, or let's say I've never seen from Chang, is a timid stroke, and that one there was a little timid on the combination.
Not saying this with hindsight, but when he was eyeing that up, it looked as though the alignment wasn't correct. In the end, fortunate not to leave the 3.
Yeah, very, and nothing easy here on the red 3. Wu Kun Lin trying to slide the cue ball 1 rail behind the 9. I think he may have to cut at this. Yeah, how's his lefty game here? May go for the rest. Looking at cutting the pink and going up and down the table. Trying to avoid the brown 7. I think to go all the way up and down to where he wants to get the, a decent cut at the purple 5. I think very hard to avoid the 7 actually. Could go narrowly by it.
Yeah, good call, Jeremy, especially the 7-ball contact was on because he hit it a little thick.
Yeah, and the rest, he wanted to simplify the shot a little bit. I don't think he really got enough power to come off the 2nd rail and up above the purple 5 anyways. So I don't think it was the worst thing in the world, kind of making sure you make the 4, not going crazy here. Now he's in a very difficult spot trying to run the cue ball safe. Not sure where he'll go. Is he trying to edge this? Leave something long? Yeah. This may have leaked up a little bit. We'll see.
Well, he caught that one too thick, didn't he? That could be a major mistake.
Yeah, and I tell you, I know it wasn't a shot, he was going offensive with, but to me it looked a little timid with the stroke as well. You can see the worry is losing the cue ball in the upper right corner, excuse me.
Well, not quite as bad as a scratch, but pretty close. In more ways than one.
Yeah, he was trying to cut it to the thin side of the pocket, get the cue ball to the right rail. Is he coming 3 rails underneath this? Looks like it. He'll hit before the side, kind of elevate the back end of the cue a little bit, a subtle swerve. Wants to just knock the 6 up by the 7. Oh, he kicked with a lot of speed. This cue ball may get behind the 8.
Well, we talked about an early candidate for fluke of the tournament. That's an early candidate for fluked escape.
Well, they always say it pays to hit them. It's certainly the case here. And type of kick shot you don't want to put a ton of speed on and lose accuracy. If he can get to the bottom cushion between the 8 and 9, something like a medium kind of speed here. Try and knock the green in the right middle. Put a lot of speed on this. Good chance you miss the whole ball.
And where they are, you have to believe it's going to be 7-3. That will do for Wu. 7-3 it is. Missing the fluke snooker proved the decisive moment in rack 10. We're still waiting for Johan Chua's next opponent. It looks like being Roman Hebler over Andre Vansner, but Hebler led 8-4 in that match. It's now 8-6. David Salzman on the hill against Olga Gris at 8-3. Babkin Melkonyan, who's been involved in many a marathon in these world ranking tournaments. He's 2-1 up on Elio Samarani. Imran Majid 4-1 up on Alexandru Rausch. Yuri Pisklov of Germany has turned things around against Christian Sadea. He was 4-1 down, he's now 5-4 up. Now how about this? Alexander Hersens from Latvia, 5-0 up on Fedor Gorst.
I was talking to Feder yesterday and just had a few words, and I said, I mentioned to him, you've been living in an airplane, it seems like, and I tell you, no matter how young and strong you are, that can get to you a little bit. And if you see any of the greats, you know, if they're having any struggles, and not to take anything away from his opponent may just not have let him shoot much, but it's the early matches where they're really beatable.
Well, the winner of this will take on Talal Al-Blushi because he's beaten David Hopkin 9-5. So Al-Blushi awaits Chang or more likely Wu.
Now Wu Kun Lin looking to, it looks like, bank this between the brown 7 and the purple 5 back up to where he's standing, somewhere near there. A terrific cue ball, 1 rail behind the 3-9. Should avoid the double kiss. I caught a little thick. Had to always play the blue 2 though. Should bring the cue ball behind the paint, maybe. I'm not sure. Just going to try and play it behind the black 8. And did the 7 get in the way? I'm not sure. May have given up a shot here.
I'm pretty sure he has.
Yeah, whether it's been his own unforced error, maybe a little thing like that where you couldn't call it a grave error or anything like that, but just 1 inch got away from him. Not going to be too happy with that. He had a perfect angle actually to slide up the right side of the table, missed the 2 to kind of the wrong side of the pocket and got out of line with the cue ball.
That wasn't the best either. Wanted to get inside the green 6 and the pink 4.
Yeah, usually wouldn't miss his mark there, especially having the 4, the 6, and the 8. Now looking at a 3-9 combination to get on the board.
Not the first combination we've seen from him that's gone very wide of the mark.
On his defense a little bit right there, a player like these guys would rather not have the combination, but nothing left after the mistake from Wu Ku Lin. And you know, when Lin has made a ball, the balls have been there to run. He's put some games on the board with a break and run or 2, and when he hasn't made balls, he's really left nothing for his opponent. So all right, don't try to get fancy here with the 4 ball so ugly. Just make sure you get some separation. He's going to get into that purple 5.
Yeah, successive safety shots. He scored too thick. There's plenty of traffic down there. He should have been creating problems for his opponent, not for himself.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the difference. I've kind of noticed what it is when he, when he settles the tip, Wu Kun Lin, when he takes his pause at the cue ball before the final backswing, that's when he's really added a lot more time, over the ball. Seems to not pull the trigger quite as quick as he used to. And a really nice draw stroke there to get in position to play what should be a very good safety.
Yeah, well to the cue ball against the green 6. That's a troublesome hook.
Yeah, and hitting this ball would go a long ways with considering how the purple 5, very congested near the 6, 8, and 9. Now, for some reason, when you stretch like this, making this type of kick shot, the second rail doesn't want to lengthen. It doesn't want to lengthen as much anyways. All right, he's going lefty, so like his chances of hitting this, though.
Chang has to get going, and soon.
Yeah, just go to the top rail here and play the 5 in the lower left after knocking in the pink.
Left himself awkward over the black 8 ball. Now then, talking of 8 balls, Gary Wilson missed a very bad one earlier in the match. A couple of racks ago. He got away with it because he snookered his opponent, Nikita Rudenko, but Rudenko has the winning 9 ball and it's knocked in rack 12, so the gap is reduced to 7-5. Here the score is reduced. The Wu Kunlin lead from 7-3 to 7-4. Chang capable of mounting a full-scale recovery. Now Shea Chen, one of the many Chinese Taipei players involved here, has got off to a very good start with a win over one of the players with the best names in the tournament, Mountain Patrick. 9-2. Sounds like a national park in Washington or something. Mountain Patrick, great name. Alexander Kazakis 2-1 up on Ratapol Sassman. Some very entertaining players out there right now, including the Syrian Mohamed Soufi, runner-up in this year's World 9-Ball Championship. Plays so quickly and so aggressively. He's 2-2 at the moment with Robert Braga of Romania. And talking about the entertainment value, what about Tony Drago? He's 2-1 up on Michael Thorne. Great to see Drago back in action. And we've mentioned also extensively today the Filipino World Cup winning team of James Aranas and Johan Chua. Well, Chua completed a 9-0 whitewash earlier. Right now on table 21, James Aranas looking to repeat that. He's 5-0 up on James Devlin. The Filipinos in rare form.
Yeah, and they're all great people, but I think two of the ones that the fans love some of the most, that being James Aranas and Johan Chua.
Miguel Silva from Portugal, who I thought played very nicely at times during the Spanish Open. He's 3-3 with Alexander Usbek. And Tom Staveley from the UK, 6-4 up on Bernd Jungmann.
All right, he's made the one in the corner. I was going to say, you know, definitely more than capable of making a comeback of any deficit, that being Chang, and against any player really. He's just that good. Hasn't shown it here in this match so far, but I was a little worried about the break shot, you know, him being away from it. Hasn't played any of these events, so the break a little new. I know he's been practicing it, of course, but you know, under the match heat, it's a little bit different. Gary Wilson have a little trouble over there shutting the door with an open miss on the red 3 to get on the heel, it looked like. All right, he's got a little bit of cover considering it doesn't look like the red 3 passes the green 6. Not easy to cut the 2 in and go back and forth with the 8 and 7 there anyways. That's a little bit of traffic for the cue ball. But you got to believe he's going to figure out something to attack with, whether it be a defensive shot. He's going to stay at the table, that being, wow, really surprised he passed it. Didn't expect that.
Well, he's got awkward queuing over the 3, and that's about it. Must tell you this. Alexander Hersen's now 6-0 up on Fiddleborst. What a scoreline.
Where's Alexander from?
Latvia.
Okay, back at our match, Wu Kun Lin really can't afford to attack here. The 3 doesn't pass. Really can't work the cue ball around the table. I think he's got to bank the 2 up towards the 3 and try and bring the cue ball over on the opposite side of the table. He could try to hit it thin, but hard to run the cue ball safe that way. Yeah, that's the shot I saw. Just try and get the 2 past the side. Didn't get there.
Just got the impression that as the winning line is approached, Wu is just getting a little nervous.
Nice shot controlling the bump on the 3 to open it up for the lower right corner, and probably kind of one of his heroes he's playing here, you know. I mean, Chang's been a great player for a long time. I just got to keep consideration of the purple 5. Did he get snookered right behind the purple 5? Wow.
With his cue action, changing hands, to me, seems really awkward.
To me, it almost looked like he never really took into consideration getting snookered behind the purple 5. Got down a shot pretty quickly.
Well, with the jump, he could have left the 4 much easier than this, but the fact he's left the table is a source of disappointment.
Yeah, kind of an awkward angle and the speed he has to play. I wouldn't doubt he draws this back behind the purple 5 and tries to play shape for the right middle. It looks a little more natural to me, even though you do have to draw the cue ball.
Another quick result for you. Imran Majid has beaten Alexandru Rausch 9-1. Good solid player, isn't he, Imran?
Yeah, I was thinking of him earlier when you brought up Albin, you know, as far as when the shot clock's not around, you know, is he doing him any favors, himself favors, playing a little slower, maybe picking a few things apart he shouldn't. I think Imran's the same at times, and he's been very consistent making the final 64. It's not every time, but he's played really well, but has some very long matches and maybe some that doesn't help him once the shot clock gets enforced.
Yes, so just to repeat, I mentioned this earlier this morning, but basically the shot clock comes in on Saturday and Sunday. First 4 days without it, the last 2 with a 30-second shot clock. And for most players, it's not really a hindrance. For some, though, it does radically change their mindset and the way they approach things.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, there's no reason to shoot within the 30 seconds when the clock's not there, but it can't be drastically different. That's the point. I mean, that's what I see with Imran sometimes. You know, you go, you know, if you're going a little beyond 30 seconds, it won't be that much different. But if you're taking 2-3 minutes a shot, it's going to be quite a bit different when the shot clock comes.
Wu Kun Lin on the hill against his compatriot Chang Yu-Lung, who was in, played a shot left-handed, hooked himself, and the indirect consequence was loss of rack. So unless he wins the next 5 on the trot, it's going to be loss of match and an immediate transportation to the one-loss side of the draw. Great news for fans of Fedor Gorst. He's won a rack. It's now 6-1 against Alexander Hersens. Yuri Pliskov, after a slow start, now leads Christian Sadea 7-5. Babkin Melkonian 4-2 up on Elio Samarini. Chris Alexander has whitewashed Jim Telford 9-0. Demetrius Lukatos on the hill against Rainer Biermann at 8-3. Benji Buckley 9-4 over Florian Vogler. And Tony Drago now 4-1 up on Michael Thorne. Love to see him go deep, Tony. Wonderful to watch.
Yeah, I was very thrilled to see him here yesterday, and he's a funny guy. Coming to me and he said, "Jeremy, I'm so excited to play, I forgot my pants." So I had to go off to the store today to go find some trousers.
Well, when Luca Brissell from Belgium won the World Snooker Championship this year, I know I mentioned Tony a lot on commentary because before Brissell rose to prominence, Drago was the best player outside of the UK ever from Europe. Well, outside of the UK and Republic of Ireland. And so we were mentioning him a lot, and he played a lot snooker-wise like Brissell does now. All-out attack, very fast, very entertaining, and at his best, he was devastating, Drago. Same thing with Poole, obviously.
Yeah, he took it on for a few years, Nineball Poole, and really had some great success. Of course, the Moscone Cup held there in 2008 in Malta because of Tony. All right, looks like he's gonna leave a little edge on the blue 2 maybe. Almost fluked the 8 in the side. But just a lovely guy and a great guy to be around, Tony Drago.
Can lose his temper when things aren't going well, I can tell you that. He does have a short fuse, but it doesn't last a great amount of time, that temper. Wears off quickly.
Well, he plays fast, the brain works fast. He's got a timeless smile, in my opinion. Just very charismatic in a lot of ways. Oh, he left more than a piece of the blue 2. He left a pocketable combination on the 2-7.
Simply cannot afford any more mistakes. At the point of no return. But conversely, Jeremy, well capable of winning 5 racks in succession to get this done and dusted.
Yeah, you read my mind there, Phil, and like I said a few minutes ago, that, you know, the one thing that I see as a hindrance for the comeback, oh my, mishit the ball to the pocket, trying to get to the left side rail, and caught the pink quite thick to the left side of the side pocket. But I was going to say, I think the break shot may be a tough one for him, but he knew it right away.
And what a way to almost certainly lose a match, screwing directly back in off.
We'll see Wu Kun Lin move on, and with a little good fortune, I think we'll see a lot more Chang in this event with a lot better performances. This first one back wasn't easy.
Chang Yulong was below par. There's no doubt about that. He made mistakes you don't normally expect from him. But Wu Kunlin is so steady, so dependable and reliable. That shone through as the match went on. He pounced on those mistakes and in the end he was a comfortable 9-4 winner. So he will play Talal Al-Blushi next up in the round that follows this one. As for us, well, in around 6 or 7 minutes' time, the action continues when, here in Germany, Germany's great pool hero, Joshua Fuller, takes centre stage.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
It's the opening day of the European Open in Fulda. Albin Ocean, the defending champion, we've already seen him in action and he's made it through to the next round. And we're about to see another of the favourites for the title this year, the leading home player, Joshua Filler, in a few moments. Before we do that, let's bring you up to date on what's going on. Moritz Neuhausen, who together with Filler reached the final of the World Cup of Pool last month in Spain, pushed hard against Mika van Berkel of the Netherlands, but got through 9-7. And Gary Wilson has been making real strides on the pool scene, better known as a snooker player, over the last year or so on the hill against Nikita Rudenko of Ukraine, 8-6 in that one. Torsten Homan, whose hometown we're in, will be next up on that table against Bernd Janka. Albin Ocean, as I was saying earlier, through 9-4 against David Brzezinski of Poland. Wu Kunlin winning by the same score. And a really high quality opening round match in terms of the profile of the players against Chang Yulong. And next, as I said, we're going to see Joshua Filler against Jorg Ravotsky. That is Jorg Ravotsky. And Carl, not someone we know a lot about. Is he someone you've come across at all?
No, afraid not, Michael. This is the beauty of these open events. Local players can enter the qualifiers as well and try and get in these majors, and I'm sure he knows who Joshua Filler is and doesn't get any tougher in the opening round here.
I remember last year when Joshua played his wife Pia, they started the match with a kiss, and apart from that, I think that's the most friendly greeting we've seen at the start of a match for a long time between these two Germans. 59 German players in the field, so that's almost a quarter of the entire lineup representing the home nation, and two of them meeting here. A lot of players at this sort of level, when they enter these events, in one sense what they're hoping for is a match that they might have a chance of winning, but I think really deep down what they really enjoy the most is when they get an opportunity like this to play on the main table against one of the best players in the world. So let's see how Ravotsky gets on here. It's another race to 9 for a place in the next round.
Yeah, just while he waits for the referee to set the balls up over on table 2. It's a close match. Snooker player Gary Wilson, he's playing Nikita Rudenko. That match is 8-6 to Wilson.
Yeah, and also worth keeping an eye on the struggles of Fedor Gorst, who's now 7-2 down against Alexandras Horsons of Latvia. That would be an enormous upset if Horsons could see it out from there. And another result to give you since the last match went off air. Roman Hebler has won 9-7 against Andrei Vansner. And the significance of that is that Hebler will now play Johan Chua, member of the Philippines team, who just won the World Cup.
That's turned out pretty well for Josh, hitting the 3-ball full, left himself perfect on the blue 2. Of course, it was the dry break that got Josh to the table quickly, and this looks a very inviting table indeed for rack 1.
Never mind winning if you're going to have any chance of making an impact against an opponent like Filler. For someone as obscure, with the greatest of respect, as Ravotsky is, you've got to make the most, really, of every opportunity that comes your way, and getting the break in the opening rack obviously presents some window of opportunity, but passed it up. Now, Gary Wilson has closed it out against Nikita Rudenko, that match we were both telling you about. Wilson has won 9-6. Someone who I think has moved beyond the stage now of just coming here and experimenting and seeing how he gets on, given how he's done in some of these events. And there he is, walking off victorious and greeted by his wife Robin. He's someone now who
I'll be feeling at the very least he can be thinking of maybe getting to a quarter-final, semi-final, whatever.
That was a nice shot from Josh, just to find that little gap in between the 8 and that side pocket. Very easy to flick the 8, scratching the side pocket. Made it look very easy, as he always seems to do.
Zotsky had the chance with the dry break, causing him to pass it up, and Joshua Filler did the rest from there. So Germany's number 1 leads 1-0. Let's have a look then at some other scores on this opening day of the European Open in Fulda. Jason Shaw off to a good start, leading 3-0 against Tobias Hoss, one of the large German contingent in the field. Yuri Pishklov, another German, on the hill at 8-6 against Christian Surdea of Romania. No change in the Fedor Gorst situation. He's still 7-2 down against Alexander Horsens. Miguel Silva of Portugal, who we saw going well in the Spanish Open, leading 5-4 against Alexander Uzbek. Tony Drago, former World Masters champion, was leading 6-1 against Michael Thorn of Germany. Thorn has just won rack 8. Jonas Suto Camino going well with a 5-1 lead against Herman Neumann. Mohamed Soufi, World Championship finalist, 7-3 ahead of Robert Braga. 1-0 to Filler.
Yeah, the break-off was very nice. Doesn't have a shot, but he'll fancy kicking this one rail. Off the left-hand side rail. Trying to pot the 2 in the corner pocket, where it sits. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. The pros always fancy this shot. Not only has he got to pot this ball, he's got to get the cue ball back round in between the 9 ball and the pink 4 to find this gap. Here it comes. Is it hard enough? It is. What a nice shot this is, by the way. Not only is Joshua Filler an immense talent, his work ethic is amazing as well. He practices every single day. At the weekend, he is absolutely relentless.
Yeah, and things haven't been easy for him off the table recently. I know he and his wife Pia, who's playing here, had to move out of their apartment for about 6 months. There she is, because damage was done to it while they were away at a tournament. So spend enough time living in hotels at tournaments. They've been doing it away from events as well a lot for much of this year, and that certainly can't help. Fillers are joint hosts of the inaugural staging of the junior event later in the week. And an absolute flying start for Joshua here, former world champion, leading by 2 racks to 0. Still playing that 10th rack on table 14, where Fedor Gorst is 7-2 down against Alexander Horsens. Well, a great deal has changed since I last updated you, because that rack was so quick. Mohamed Soufi on the hill at 8-3 against Robert Braga. That could be the next result of big significance to come through. And that win for Gary Wilson sets him up with a tough one in the next round against Si Cha Chen.
Cue ball has found the bottom rail. Luckily for Josh, so has the 2 ball. That's the next ball. Yeah, just flicked the 9 ball. That's why it ended up where it's finished. Playing the hook, so the 3 ball didn't pass the 8. That's why he didn't try and get position. I mean, no disrespect to his opponent, George, but just get the feeling that Josh is treating this one like a bit of a warm-up match. Not much of this 3 ball sticking out, but there is a bit of a gap. That gives you a better idea. Coming across the table, but he's just got to miss the purple 5 here. The 3 ball is off the rail, but he's missed it, so he's going to give ball in hand up. Josh can put the cue ball anywhere he wants. Just the 1 shot in Nineball.
Yeah, I know Ravotsky played in some Euro Tour events, hasn't made much of an impact. He plays a bit in some of the German national snooker events as well, where the standard would obviously be pretty high. This is way, way beyond anything he's accustomed to. Finding the going tough so far.
Couldn't really do much else there, Josh, just because he landed so straight on the red 3 ball. Great player to watch though, isn't he, Michael? He just gets on with it, you know, such a natural potter of the ball. Like I said before, he practices like a maniac every single day, him and Pia. They have a place in Germany where they've got a table each in a room. Countless hours go into his game. That's why he's won so much at such a young age.
Always happens when we give him the big build-up, doesn't it? They go and miss one, but that was a little bit of a tester. Yeah, I think he's been practicing quite a bit with Moritz Neuhausen as well. I know they live only about 10 minutes away from each other, so that's obviously got to help. He's a higher quality player, you would have to say, than Pia. And I know a lot of the work they do practicing is solo anyway, but getting the opportunity to play practice matches against someone of Neuhausen's quality, that's got to help too.
Similar shot to what Josh would face with the cue balls off the rail, so it makes it a bit easier, but it's going into the same pocket, a similar angle, and a similar problem with the 5, the purple 5. Can he drop it in, or is he going to try and get over to the side rail? This needs to slow down. A little bit unfortunate, but the middle pocket is always there.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it in everything there, the way he was approaching the shot, the way he played it, just full of nerves. He did well to bundle the ball into the pocket anyway, and with that in mind, perhaps deserved a little more fortune than seeing himself scratching the side, and the probability now of being 3-0 down. Well, Ravotsky's had some chances. So far, it's all proceeded pretty much as we expected it to. Joshua Filler leads by 3-0. We've been talking a lot about the increasing number of snooker players who are giving it a go on the 9-ball pool stage. Well, tomorrow brings the debut of the 2015 World Snooker Champion, Stuart Bingham. He will be playing the former World Masters finalist Lo Ho Sum in his opening match. Spoke to him earlier. He went for a bit of practice yesterday with Hunter Lombardo, the American player. Hunter, I know, is quite keen on snooker himself, and he's been working on that with Chris Henry, who's also Stuart's coach. So a bit of a session was set up, just getting a bit of guidance about what shots to play at the right time. And we will see Stuart Bingham in action tomorrow. He's a former world champion at snooker. Joshua Filler, former world champ at Nineball, and he's 3-0 up here.
That was another fine example of the break shot, the way the cue ball comes off that rail back in towards the 9-ball. Bit of distance here. And potting the 2-ball, he can't pot the red 3 after this shot, so it will be a pot and then a safety shot. Unless he can swing the cue ball around and try and break it out. He's having a little go at this, you know. He's having a little go. That was a good effort.
Pulls that off. That's an early contender for shot of the tournament. It's the sort of shot I guess you're going to be more inclined to have a go at when you're 3-0 up and your opponent is clearly finding the going tough. These guys playing for places in the second round. Copigny, the World Masters winner, is already there, although he was pushed hard by Rafael Val before coming through 9-6. He'll be playing Marcos Sanz Martin of Spain in the next round. And that will be our next match on the main table after this one.
Well, if you remember last year, Michael, Rafael Val played Joshua Filler, didn't he, in one of the early rounds? And he was beating Joshua Filler. I think it was 8-4, 8-5, and Josh come back. There was a massive crowd around that table because Rafael and Josh, when they were juniors, used to battle it out. So he pushed Copigny close in that match. What's the latest with Fedor Gorst? He's obviously down in that game.
Yeah, it's 8-2 now to Alexander's Horsens. So the player from Latvia on the hill, the chance of an enormous result. Gorst, a former world champion and still one of the very best players in the world.
Not much to offer here. 3 down. Against arguably, well, he's definitely one of the best pool players at this very moment. There's no two ways about it. And this is not going to work. This is ideal for Josh. He's absolutely plumb in this pink 4-ball.
Talk about him there being one of the very best players in the world, and you look at the other top names of recent years, the likes of Van Bonen and Ocean. He's considerably younger than those guys, so even with everything Filler's already accomplished, I just feel with him that he regards himself as being just at the beginning of his career at the highest level. And this is about as one-sided as it gets these days. Joshua Filler now leading by 4 racks to 0. Michael Thorne of Germany continuing a bit of a revival against very experienced Maltese player Tony Drago, whose lead has now been cut to 6-3. Jonas Suto Camino going well, 7-1 up against Herman Neumann. Fitim Haradinaj, who pulled off that surprise win over FSR earlier in the year, leading 6-2 against Joel Pasqua of Britain. And Mohamed Soufi still looking for one more. It's now 8-4 in his match against Robert Braga. Jason Shaw with a 5-1 lead in his match.
Yeah, Jason Shaw desperate to try and get a deep run in these open events. You know, I think we've only seen him the once come the weekend, Michael. You know, the final 16. I think it was here last year, actually. He got beat off the man on the screen. It just not quite happened for Jason in these big open field 256 events.
Yeah, and he's doing well in the smaller events. He's consistently performing in those. Got to the final of the Premier League, which is maybe just a step below this level in terms of prestige. He won the event in Scotland earlier in the year. But whatever it is in the matchroom, big high profile, big field events over the last 18 months or so, I feel he's been passed by really by other players.
Again, this is a kind split off the break. It's what we call a road map in the trade. Just a case of connecting the dots. The only way this can go wrong is if you play a poor positional shot.
All the talk was about Filler coming into the inaugural staging of this event here in Fulda last year. He was on a fantastic run. He won the World Masters, he'd won the UK Open. And of course, he was the leading hope of a home win. To be playing as well as anybody in the field, and was playing really as well as anyone until Mario He stopped him in his tracks in the quarterfinals.
It's okay, maybe a little thinner than he initially wanted. Lost the cue ball again here because he's going to find the rail. Does have an angle, but he's going to have to play this with a little bit of power. Does that a lot, Josh. He never forces the cue ball, trying to get better on the 9-ball. Backs himself to pop these long 9s.
Yeah, when you can pot as well and as consistently as him, that's exactly the right way to approach it. It's his second break and run of the match, and he now leads 5-0. Fedor Gorst has got one back, but it's still a long, long road to victory against Alexander Thorsons. Gorst is trailing 8-3 in that one. Robert Braga is still hanging on against Mohamed Soufi. He's got another one back. It's 8-4 now. Jason Shaw has stretched his lead to 6-1 against Tobias Hoss. .256 players in the field. It's double elimination until we get down to the final 64, which is the stage we'll have reached by Thursday night. And then from there it's straight knockout, one round in each session, all the way to Sunday's final. Alban Ocean was the winner last year. Joshua Filler would love to be a champion here in his home country. He's well on his way to making a winning start.
As the balls come late to rest, it looked like Josh was going to be hooked for a minute, but you can see a piece of this 2-ball, he can pot it. He's going to have to play a cannon though, into another ball, either into the 4 or the red 3. Yeah, he goes forward into the red 3. Just not quite full enough contact. Yeah, he's left-handed, right-handed player. Well, he's kind of stretching over. I don't think he's playing the pot. He's going to put the cue ball behind the purple 5, just like so. Not an easy place to be, this, when you're playing one of the best in the opening match. But this is the level you've got to be performing at to be going deep in these pool tournaments. It's as simple as that.
One thing you would say about this from Ravotsky's point of view is it's not like he was expecting it to be much different. Yes, he'll be disappointed maybe with 1 or 2 opportunities he's passed up, but there won't be any feelings of oh, I just want to get out of here. His ambitions now will be pretty much the same as they were at the start of the match. Just try to get a chance to win even one rack somewhere along the way, and if anything more comes of it, so much the better. Really exciting prospect, of course, Carl, is that the winner of this, which obviously looks like being filler, will be likely to play Tony Drago in the next round. He's 7-3 up against Michael Thorne.
Yeah, if that does happen, we won't be needing a shot clock. And as you said that, Tony Drago finds himself on the hill at 8-3. So it is looking likely. And that's a match that we will all be looking forward to. Whenever you get two fast players playing each other, always seems to be a good watch.
Drago makes Josh look slow. He's absolutely unbelievable. I was talking to him yesterday. He's obviously someone I've dealt with for many years on the snooker scene. He was one of the very best snooker players in the world, maybe 20, 25 years ago. And it was great to speak to him and see him in good health. Looking better than I've seen him for some time, actually. He's had serious health problems, but in a much better place now. And the place Joshua Filler looks to be headed for is the next round. This is as dominant as it gets, really. And he's already just 3 away from victory. It's 6-0. Alexander's Horsons still looking for one more to pull off a massive result against Fedor Gorst. That one is 8-3. Tom Stavley, British player, on the hill against Germany's Bernd Jungmann. That's 8-6. And Mohamed Soufi has now got the job done, this year's World Championship runner-up. He's beaten Robert Braga of the sizable Romanian contingent. Player from Syria winning 9-6. Fedor Gorst has got another one back now, 8-4 against Alexander's Horsons, so that one's not over yet. Yes, he's still got to win another 5 on the bounce, but quite obviously if he gets back to something like 8-6, the pressure will really start to mount on his Latvian opponent.
Yeah, Andy's at the table, Michael, with a fairly routine run out, and we have seen this before when these kind of unknown players to the tour get a lead over one of the famous players, and that match is definitely not over. As Joshua finds the side pocket, disappointed with that one. Yeah, he's still 6 up. He feels like he's going to win the match, but it's never nice when you do something like this. Should be going nowhere near the side pocket.
Ravotsky's had a couple of chances of varying degrees in this match. This is definitely the best opportunity he's had so far. Torsten Homan, hometown favourite, 2-time world champion. He's also in an all-German clash, and he leads Bernd Janke 2-0. Over on the other main table. Ravotsky was looking and walking anxiously, but that's turned out okay. Such a strong country in the pool world, Germany. 4 world Nineball champions, including Filler, of course. And we're seeing increasingly over the last year or so there's much more depth pool in this country than I think perhaps any of us even realised. Quite a few all-German clashes in the first round. This one obviously not going Ravotsky's way at all, and less so after the outcome of that shot. So the chance is passed up. And another one for Gorst. It's 8-5 now.
Oh, we could see a piece of this. Nearly fluked the 9. These are tricky shots, these now. I'm sure if you've been following the World Nineball Tour, you've seen us talk about we have tightened the pockets up on the Nineball pool table for years. They were playing about 4.5, then it went down to 4.25. Well, now they are 4 inches, and it'll never go any lower than that because it just changes the whole dynamic of what Nineball's about. But we, you know, all the pros, people behind the scenes, we feel like 4 inches is the perfect size for the game.
Well, the writing's been on the wall in this match for some time, but even more so now in terms of Ravotsky's attempts to even get a rack on the board, because he had a chance there and wasn't able to avail of it. So Joshua Filler, in no time at all really, is just a couple of racks away from victory. It's 7-0. Miguel Silva of Portugal is on the hill at 8-4 against Alexander Uzbek. Tom Stavley still looking for one more, 8-6 over Bernd Jungmann. Karol Skaversky, former World Masters winner, long time ago now, but he's been showing some good signs again over the last 12 to 18 months and is leading 4-0 against Lorenz Hollenstein. And Suto Camino on the hill at 8-1 against Hermann Neumann. Greatest of years for Filler in the matchroom events. In terms of consistency, yes, he's been in a couple of finals, the UK Open, where Ackland Catchy played so well against him, and then part of the Germany team in the World Cup last month. The other matchroom tournaments this year haven't gone well for him. Lost his opener at the World Masters, beaten in the last 64 of the World Championship, and last 32 of the Spanish Open recently.
Yeah, just the last 3 shots here. He's just been chasing the cue ball a little bit. Played the bump out on the purple 5. Can't really play it in this corner, so he's got to play it in the left centre pocket. Oh, he's indecisive, isn't he? That's the problem. He doesn't know, because the cue ball, if he pots it in that left centre pocket, it's coming away from the 6, so he's got to start playing exhibition shots here to get back on that green 6 ball. Playing it into the corner, the cue ball looks like it's running towards the side pocket. What's he decided? Oh, that was a beauty. It really was. Played it with a bit of high right and kind of arced the cue ball. Watch the cue ball arc a little bit. Oh, that was a very nice shot.
Barring just about the most remarkable turnaround in the history of pool, it will be Joshua Filler against Tony Drago in the next round, because Drago has now won 9-3 against Michael Thorne.
Fedor Gorst is at the table again.
Yeah, he's battling back, remember. 8-5 now, he trails against Alexander's Horsens. A very clean, clinical, swift rack for Joshua Filler. Total control continues for him, and he leads 8-0. He needs just one more. Pius Labutus, who we saw go so well at the Spanish Open, leading 4-1 against Keith Gonesh of the Netherlands. Jonas Suter Camino still looking for one more, 8-2 up on Herman Neumann. Fitim Haradinaj, who had that surprise win over Francisco Sanchez Ruiz earlier in the year. And he's won now, 9-2 over Joel Pasqua. That Copigny against Marcos Sanz Martin of Spain will be the next match on the main table, and it doesn't look like being very far away now because Joshua Filler is absolutely dominant here. His opponent has only potted a few balls in the whole match.
Well, Fedor Gorst has won another rack, Michael.
So back to 8-6 now, and we were saying earlier, weren't we, if Gorst could just get back to that sort of score, it would really put the heat on his opponent. Big lead when you're a big outsider can be a dangerous thing, because I really feel even against an opponent like that you should win from there. And when the possibility starts to arise that you might not, it's a whole different sort of pressure.
Was it 8-2?
It was 8-2.
Wow. Yeah, and the beauty of these arenas, 26 tables in play. The fans can just walk round, literally. You can get to like 5-6 feet away from the table, can't you, Michael? And when a pool match is starting to get close, everyone starts to gather round, and that is what is happening over on the Gorst table.
Yeah, and because the playing area in Nineball pool is so small, you can probably keep a perfect watch on about 3 or 4 matches all at once.
Well, he's got himself a highlight reel shot out of this match. Not sure he was playing this, mind, but let's just pretend he was. Something to show the children.
Won't be the end of his European Open adventure, of course. We'll go to the loser side of the draw, where he will play Michael Thorne, who's just lost to Tony Drago.
Good hit, and it's not like Joshua Filler needs that little bit of luck as he laughs. Both players laugh.
The one wasn't a million miles away from going in. I think if it had, He might have just picked up his cue and walked off there and then. One time that he had his opponent in a bit of trouble, whether by design or otherwise. And that happens. Oh, but he's had a bit of good fortune himself there. Might not ultimately amount to very much, but at this stage I think just every ball he pots counts for quite a bit in his thinking.
Yeah, he does need to play this with a bit of left spin. If the pink 4 doesn't pass the 9-ball, Josh will flick the ball away. The shot will tell us, yeah, it must do.
Shane Van Boning came here last year as the recently crowned first-time world champion. Ended up getting to the final and losing to Alban Ocean. And he's just starting his campaign now against Rainer Schäfke out on table 13. That's one we'll be keeping an eye on during our next match on the main table. Fedor Gorst has now got it back to 8-7 against Alexander's Horsens. That's a result we'll be bringing you shortly, one way or the other. Even though he's behind, I think he'd probably have to make Gorst favourite to win that one now.
Just needs one more good shot here, Josh. These can always go wrong because of the 8-ball. Needs to get past the 8-ball, which is done.
Well, you were talking earlier, Carl, about the relentless practice sessions that have made Joshua Filler one of the very best players in the world. And this really has probably felt like another one for him. Jörg Rosocki has never looked comfortable at any stage of the match. Did pot a few balls, had the chances to have maybe made a bit more of an impact, but it's so one-sided here. 3 breaking runs along the way. Joshua Filler is off and running. He wins by 9 racks to 0. And Ko Pin Yi will be along on the main table, the World Masters champion, next up in a few minutes' time.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back to the opening day of the European Open in Fulda, where one way or another there's a big story developing. On table 14, Fedor Gorst is 8-2 down, and he's now levelled at 8-all. So it's either going to be a big upset or a remarkable comeback. And that's why that crowd has gathered around that table there. Alexander Torsons of Latvia, his opponent. And here's what's been going on table 1. Albin Ocean, the defending champion, winning 9-4 against David Brzezinski of Poland. Same score for Wu Kunlin against Chang Yulun. Joshua Filler completely dominant against Jörg Ravotsky just a few minutes ago. Filler winning 9-0. And Ko Pin-yi against Marcos Sanz Martin will be next on table 1. I'll be along in just a few minutes from now. Have a look there for scores of your own particular favourites. Jason Shaw on the hill now at 8-3 against Tobias Hoss, one of 59 German players in the field. I'll give you some more scores as we look in on the action on table 2. The main reason we're here in Fulda is because Torsten Homan, two-time world champion, is from here. He was leading 4-0 in this all-German clash against Bernd Janke. The whitewash has now been averted. And here is Janke at the table in rack 6. Miguel Silva of Portugal has won 9-4 against Alexander Uzbek. And another match that's finished in the last few minutes, Tom Stavley, the British player, a 9-6 winner against Bernd Jungmann. Jonas Suto Camino has also added the rack he was looking for to beat Hermann Neumann, 9-2. So Torsten Homan, who's been so influential in getting this European Open to be played here. It was such a huge success in its inaugural staging last year. He was world champion 20 years ago, 2003. Won it again in 2013. Speaking of former world champions, Fedor Gorst has now completed the job. He has won 9-8 from 8-2 down. We're getting increasingly accustomed in these big open events, certainly in the last two that we've seen, the UK and the Spanish, having a lot more surprise results. It looked like we were going to get one there, but Gorst has averted it. One of the favourites for this title. He's through to the next round, beating Alexander Horsens of Latvia 9-8. And will now play Yuri Pishklov of Germany.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you are, how good you are. You know, if you're 8-2 down and you manage to come back and win a match, that is just simply outstanding. What a win there for Gorst. And even though it's the first round, you know, if you look at the way Phil has gone through, 9-0, Gorst will take a lot more from that game. That really sets him up nicely this week.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, with all respect to Ravotsky, who was Filler's opponent, you can just tell from the way he was out there that there was no way Filler was losing that match, and it was just all so easy for him. Gorst has had a real workout. Bernd Janke, who was 4-0 down in this match, has won 2 in a row. And he's got it back now to 4-2. Tobias Hoss The German player has pulled one back against Jason Shaw, but the Scot still on the hill. 8-4 in that. Jose Alberto Delgado going well with a 5-2 lead over the Dutch player, Christian Grasser. Close one between the Estonian Sander Kont and India's Yaspal Singh Bhamotra. That one is 6-all. And Shane Van Boning, last year's world 9-ball champion, 5-time US Open winner, who'll be going for the record-breaking 6th in Atlantic City next month. He's won the first couple of racks against Germany's Rainer Schäfka. And another Estonian player involved in a close one is Karl Nadeberg, 7-6 against Patrick Lee Kioff. We are just looking in on this one for a few moments while we wait for play to resume on the main table, where we're going to be seeing Ko Pin-Yi, the World Masters winner earlier this year, taking on Marcos Sans-Martin.
This cue ball needs to keep travelling. Yep, it's just got there. Now I don't know what he's going to do with this pink 4 ball. Is he going to try and maybe play into the rail? So the pink 4 comes off the rail, hits the 7 to pop the 9. That looks very tricky. He would be much more favourable to send the cue ball into the 7 off the pink 4. Very unusual cue action here. Yeah, he's just got to send the cue ball. He's got to be careful of the double kiss though. That's what he's looking at. He's playing off the edge of the 4, cue ball into the 7. But if the 4 ball hits that rail, which there's not a massive gap in between the ball and the rail, it might double kiss the cue ball out of the way. So it's not guaranteed, but it is a big shot in the context of this match. He was 4 down. He's won the last 2.
Add another number to that score. So Fedor Gorst managed to stave off an upset. Torsten Homan might find himself having to battle to avert one here. 3 in a row for Janka. That one is now 4-3. Some of the scores going through from other matches. You'll notice Christoph Reinches there. We were talking about him a lot during the World Cup of Pool a few weeks ago, because of course he won it with Joshua Filler back in 2021. He's just starting against Portugal's Ruben Alves. You can see that match there, Ashik Nathwani against Kalin Varbanov. The winner of that is probably going to play Jason Shaw in the next round. In fact, the winner of that is definitely going to play Jason Shaw, because the Scot has just won the 13th rack to close it out at 9-4 against Tobias Hwass.
The break's not bad as well, is it? He's made the 1 ball. He's got work to do. The red 3 ball doesn't pass the corner pocket, does it, because of the purple and the pink ball? And the 8 ball, he's stopping position to play in the bottom left, so it only really goes in the top left pocket and the left centre pocket. But how do you get the cue ball down there? Could maybe really force this round off 5 rails, but that is so tough. Probably only the likes of Earl Strickland and SVB have got that shot in the locker. The big powerful stroke shot.
He's been around a long time, Janka. Turned 50 last year. Playing on the European pool scene for a couple of decades now. Played in some of those IPT events that were briefly on the scene back in the mid-2000s.
Yeah, the name did ring a bell, actually. Oh, he's tried the old power draw. I think he's missed a trick there. I think he could have left the cue ball near the 2 and tried to bank the 3 into the top right corner pocket and kind of just leave the cue ball near the 8 as a two-way shot. I think maybe I didn't recognise him because maybe back in the day when he was on the IPT, he might have had a little bit more hair, Michael. But the name definitely rang a bell.
Yeah, the other thing as well, I was saying, he's in his 50s now. He doesn't really look it. Looks like a younger man than that, so might have been hard to make the association that way.
Yeah, we're talking about players coming back and obviously entering these tournaments. Looking forward to watching Oliver Ortman compete here this week.
Yeah, Ortman, like Homan, is a former world champion.
Masters champion Ko Ping-yi currently just warming up on table 1. That will be our feature match coming shortly in just around a few minutes time, so we'll stay here on table 2. Thorson's just kicking at his 3 and just hoping for a bit of luck. Made a good hit, and I think overall he'll be delighted with the outcome. Never quite sure where the balls are going to go. Obviously the pink 4 ball's tied up. That's going to be the problem ball or problem area. If you was practicing, you'd ever go up potting the 3 in the top left corner and drawing the cue ball off the right side rail with loads of bottom right, get it arcing back down, take your chance, but I don't see there's much value there in the sense of he's going to get away with it, but he's definitely having a go. He's playing the shot I said, he's ripping this in. Here comes the cue ball, it's a good effort. It was a fine old effort, that. Can he play thin off this and get the hook? If he does play thin off it, off the left, you do have to be careful because the 8 ball can fly away. He's not playing thin off it because he's jacked up. Oh, look at this. He's got the cue ball welded onto the side of the purple 5. What a shot that is from Toasty. That's what we call him on the circuit. That's his nickname.
Toasty. He's been good at earning a crust over the years from the game. First of the week, Carl.
Sure it won't be the last.
I'll be spreading a few of those around as the days go on. Said he's been around a while, won his first World Championship 20 years ago this year. But he's still very active, still plays in a lot of tournaments, and still has ambitions of achieving more in the game. So it was 4-0. 3 racks slipped away. Ideal position has slipped away ever so slightly there, but should still be okay here. And a big round of applause for the local favourite, Torsten Homan, as he manages to get back in control, leading 5-3. Kalin Varbanov, a couple of racks away from setting up a match against Jason Shaw. Varbanov leading 7-4 over Ashik Nathwani. Jose Alberto Delgado looking for a couple more against Christian Grasser. That one is 7-2. Still very close between Sander Kont and Yaspal Singh Bamotra. 7-all in that one. Rainer Shefke has won the third rack to close to 2-1 down against Shane Van Boning. Do Tae Kien of Vietnam on the hill at 8-5 against Marco Dorenberg. Winner of that will play Jonas Suto Camino in the next round. Varbanov has now gone to the hill against Nathwani. So Shaw on the hill as well against Adam Mish, 8-2. So, I believe we are now going to the main table where action is about to resume. And there is the World Masters winner, Ko Pin Yi. Against Spain's Marcos Sanz. Good time for the Ko brothers, of course. We've seen good year for Ko Pin Yi, and also Ko Ping Chung winning that big event just a few weeks ago in the Philippines. Marcos Sanz, someone you know anything much about, Carl?
I'm afraid not, Michael.
He did play in that PRP Open tournament earlier in the year in Spain. Decent field for that. He got to the last 64. And he's up against a vastly experienced, and it has to be said, in-form opponent this year, Ko Pin Yi. So it's another race to 9.
Yeah, also had a very tough opening match earlier on, did Ko Pin Yi. Very close battle indeed.
Yeah, just managed to finish strongly against Rafael Val. Got through that one. 9-6.
Good solid opening break. The brown 7 in the 8 ball is going to be the issue here for Ko.
Ranked number 11 in the world. Been overtaken by his brother Ko Ping Chung after that recent event in the Philippines. He's now a couple of places ahead of him.
Looks to have an angle here. I'm wondering if he's going to take a gamble. try and send the cue ball into the brown 7 and that 8 ball. All because of where the 3 ball is. It is a gamble. You're never quite sure how they're going to come out. I think he did have a go off the second rail and he's missed them. Yeah, off this rail now, he was just trying to bump into the brown 7. Can still chop this ball in. Needs this to bounce away from the second rail, or worst case, just get some form of angle. I think what he's going to have to do now is back himself to pop the green 6 in 3 balls time and get position for the brown 7 in the top right corner. Without doubt, one of the greatest cue ball positional players on the circuit. His cue ball is always so tight. Very rarely when he's running a table layout out, he loses the cue ball. He's just so good with it. You know, we have players that are natural potters, and we have players that are just good with the cue ball. And Ko Ping Yi is very good with the cue ball. And right on cue, he leaves it a little bit short. Don't let me down, Ko. Get the cue ball in that little gap. Well, it was too hard. He was playing the safe, wasn't he, on the brown 7? That miss come from just because he left the cue ball a little bit too low.
Didn't you say earlier in the year that he's using a cue which is worth a 5-figure sum? I don't think that's the one he's using today, is it?
No, it's the same cue, yeah.
Is it?
Yep. Yeah, that's true. It's actually called the Zen cue. Custom cue maker over in Asia. I think the logo is on his left sleeve, actually, for the cue. It's a beautiful cue, actually. I've had a few shots with it, luckily enough. It's a real epic piece of artwork, these pool cues. People don't actually realise until you see a cue close up. Look at this for a shot, by the way. Good effort.
Can't believe he let you handle a piece of equipment worth all that money.
Well, he won't be letting you, from what I've seen earlier on, having a sneaky practice.
Yeah, listen, that's not fair. You walked in, I hadn't missed a single ball. You put the camera on me. It was all different.
Didn't play the double kiss.
Yeah, just on that previous shot from Sands there, I think you can generally tell, and we certainly could in the last match, when you've got someone who's very inexperienced playing on the main table. You get the indications early on as to how comfortable they can become in it, or whether they just feel totally out of place. And that previous shot that Sands had played was a good sign. It's a shot of a player who's comfortable being out there. But it looks as though he's still going to lose the opening rack. And so Ko Ping Yi, the World Masters champion, leads 1-0. Colleen Varbanov on the hill at 8-4 against Ashik Nathwani, looking for one more to set up a match against the former US Open champion Jason Shaw. And he's now got that, actually. Varbanov has now won 9-4. Jose Alberto Delgado is on the hill at 8-2 against Christian Grasser of the Netherlands. Karel Skaversky, veteran Pole, 5-2 up on Lawrence Hollenstein of Austria. Shane Van Bonen has taken rack 4 to go 2 clear once again against Reiner Shefka. That one is 3-1. Mickey Kraus of Denmark has won 9-2 over Jörg Klein. And will play James Aranis of the Philippines in a very tough contest in the next round. Tobias Bongers, highly rated German, 4-1 up against Ruben Omar de Campo. British player Adrian Pollard on the hill against Fabian Neglein of Germany. It's 8-5 in that one. Ko Pin-Yi, now 34 years of age, oldest of the 3 pool-playing brothers. Even if not, as I was saying earlier, any more the highest ranked.
Trying to get the cue ball welded. He's lost it a little bit though, and he's left the pot. So easy to do though. I often say the safety side of the game is underrated, and here's a fine example why. If you don't get the cue ball touching that ball like he didn't, there's always a chance you leave a pot. It's not an easy shot. There's distance, it looks fairly straight as well. Well, he was hooked. Didn't look like he was from that camera view. I think Ko Pin-Yi is hooked. I think it's time for Ko Pin-Yi to go airborne. He's got the short stick out as well. Yeah, there you see. A lot shorter than a regular playing cue. And the tip's very hard on a jump cue. That helps the cue ball fly into the air quick. Has he fluked it? It's close, you know. He has. These are always tough pots, you know. Doesn't matter how much you practice, how good you are. When you're behind the shot, cueing off the rail, always a tester, and you see the pros miss them from time to time.
Yeah, always that bit harder when it's still the early stages of the match, and we've already been given a bit of a scare earlier in the day. A little more wary of everything. Sands came through a close one earlier, 9-8 over Jonas Satka of Estonia. It can often be a feature of the early days of events with this format, Carl, that you don't actually see much of a crowd around the main tables like this, because there's nearly always some big story developing on some outside table and everyone goes to watch that, as we saw with Gorst.
Yeah, it's a funny one really, because if you're watching obviously table 1 or table 2, you think, oh, there's nobody here, but there's actually 4 tables in each section. So often the fans, you know, you go and stand next to one of the sections and you get to see a lot more tables.
And you can hear big ripples of applause coming from various corners of the hall at different times. So turnout here is good. I mean, I'm struggling to remember the first day of any of these big open events where we've seen as many people in.
Well, Marcos has not took advantage of the opportunity he had here, and if you're not taking them chances, well, you're not going to beat these players. It's as simple as that. You've got to really take the game to them. Show them that you can play. Try and put them under pressure.
Yeah, someone in Copenhagen's position in a match like this is obviously trying to suss out the opposition, see how good they are in the early stages, and that's when there's a bit of uncertainty maybe in their head. You've got to add to that uncertainty by winning a rack or two early on. And we see so often whenever these matches do go close, you've got one player who's coming in as a massive favourite. It's always because it's been tight right from the start. Once you get a few racks behind, it's very hard to catch someone like this. Still relatively early stages, of course, but Copenhagen has eased his way into a 2-0 lead. Still 4-2 for Shane van Boning against Reiner Schäfka. Van Boning, runner-up in this tournament last year. Jose Alberto Delgado is now 1-9-2 over Christian Grasser. And victory for Do Tae Kien of Vietnam, 9-5 over Marco Dorenberg. Goes through now to play Yonesuno Komito, who won earlier. That match we were looking in on earlier over on the other main table, Torsten Homan was 4-0 up against Bernd Janka. It went 4-3, but Homan has really reasserted himself now. He's at the table with a 7-3 lead. Hometown hero. So this match is in the second round. And also in this round, Johan Chua will be playing Roman Hibbler. That'll be next up on this table. And then what a treat we have after that. Joshua Filler will be back on centre stage to play the former World Masters winner and former high-ranked snooker player, Tony Drago. So, all effectively, basically going to plan for Copenhagen so far. He breaks with a 2-0 lead.
Let's just watch the cue ball. Let's see if he can get it arcing below that 9-ball. Oh, there you see, right on cue. The rest of it will take care of itself. That is out of your hands. All you can do is hit the brake as good as you can. Watch the cue ball. Comes off the rail, arcs below the 9. That is what Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has been doing over the last 2 years. And it's brought him a lot of success. Needs to play a big shot here though. Got to pop this. Come 2 rails down for the 3. And that is what's caused the miss. We'll be disappointed with that. You're always going to back yourself to pop the ball and get back down for position.
Seen it yet again, playing at pace from distance into these tighter pockets. It's a different game nowadays.
This is a really good chance now for Marcos to get a rack on the board. Not much work to do. Where the 7 ball is, you can just roll that ball in and play the 8 in the right centre pocket, so this is nice.
Well, we saw Jorg Ravotsky in the previous match on this table. He got a chance like this, maybe not quite as good, but similar sort of opportunity for him, and he just sensed it was all too much for him. After that, Filler just completed the landslide. Sands looks